Okay, now it should be live. Now it's looking like it's live. But my OBS is now different. Why does it have this auto stop thing? There's stuff happening in my OBS which I'm not familiar with. It is showing that I'm live, so that's good. I streamed a little bit differently. Normally I schedule streams way in advance, and today I didn't because I was very, very busy. As you can see, I am still busy. I'm just going to continue working, and the whole point of the stream is just to kind of promote the sale that I started today that will be running up until the 25th of August. And in the meantime, I just want to chat a little bit here and sit a little bit, and I am going to edit some of the shorts that I need for the upcoming two and a half weeks or something like that. Yep, no, yeah, the upcoming 15, 16 days I have shorts to edit. So that's what we'll be doing. And yeah, I figured I would stream it. It would be good promotion for my sale. It would be nice to just chat with you guys and whatnot. And you get to see a little bit behind the screens of what I normally do. Of course, normally I would have some more fun streams, but because I'm going on vacation tomorrow... Sorry, I'm just getting myself something to drink. Because I'm going on vacation tomorrow, I don't have a lot of time, and therefore I would need to edit off stream if I wanted to stream something fun, and I just don't have the time for that. I still just wanted to, chat and promote the pack a little bit and sit here and have an enjoying or have a fun stream where I chat a little bit with you guys. So that's the plan. I will take another few seconds and post that I'm live in the Discord after I have finished pouring myself a drink, and then we can get started with the actual work that I have to do today. I hope it's now actually working, that I'm not sitting here streaming for nobody. It does say that it's public, and it does say that it's live, so I would expect it to work. But I had it took me 15 minutes to get to this point, and right now it still doesn't look like the stream the way that it used to be. I have streamed like this in the same way before, with the just instantly going live, but that has been a while, and everything is seemingly working differently now, and I don't know why. So that's a little bit confusing. I hope that there's people here. I don't know if there are. There seems to be some people, so that would suggest that it's working. Sorry, it's a big mess, but we'll get started here. So what I've done in this project is I've already done the first cut of the shorts. So everything is cut roughly to where I want it to be. There is a few shorts, mainly this one. This one is way too long, but there's a few shorts that are slightly too long. Here you can see another one. So that is probably something that we'll do first, because then we can start determining the order of the shorts and the order that they're going to get published after I've done that. And then we'll need to do the final edits as well. But all of these are too long, and then this one is too long as well. As you can see, there's a lot of shorts in this project, and that is because I like to work in bulk like this, and I like to just do one task many times, as opposed to doing a short start to finish. I think that this is better. I think that this is a nicer workflow, and it's just easier to work like this. So I believe, yeah, this is one that is related to some kind of arc. So here we can probably just cut in the parts where I'm playing, and we'll just need to make an educated guess of where it's best to cut out some of the audio examples. Maybe I'll cut out an entire audio example over here and over here or something like that, depending on what we need. But yeah, this is one of the fun ones. You guys now get to see all of the shorts in advance. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but if they show up in the feed, continue watching them still.
Hey guys, are you looking for packaging meshes?
No, I'm not, unless they can pack my presets.
Okay, so first of all, this is way too loud.
For packaging meshes?
No, I'm not.
I would also like to have the audio start a little bit, or the whole thing start a little bit earlier like this.
Hey guys, are you looking for packaging meshes?
No, I'm not, unless they can pack my presets. Like this one over here that I'm currently working on. As you can hear, this is still a pretty boring preset right now.
Probably somewhere over there. I'd like to cut in a place that musically makes sense. So this is like 1.5 bars, I guess, where I cut now.
Set this a little bit lower so that it's a nice slow movement.
Something like that. We can cut that part out because it's already apparent what the movement is doing there. And that is the important bit, of course.
And then we get something like this.
Here we'll cut after 3 bars. I'm just going to go through it, and if I still need to cut more after it, which it does look, or it does seem like I need to, because I need to get over here, as you can see. This is where 1 minute is. So we'll need to cut a lot of stuff out of that. What I'll probably end up doing is, if this isn't like a promo for the pack itself, cutting out the final promo here as well.
And that already is becoming a lot more interesting. For more sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
So that doesn't really contribute anything to the short, so that can go. And then over here, I believe that at the start it doesn't really become clear what the comb filter is doing. Over here is better.
And of course,
We'll make it a little bit shorter still.
there's many more parameters that we can modulate. Say, for example, the wavetail position of this wavetable over here. Let's set that to 2 bars. And let's also do something interesting over here with the band mode.
Is it actually like going out that I'm live? Because I still see that I have 0 viewers, which I know that this isn't the normal stream, but I would expect at least some people to join. Yeah, we're going to need to cut more here. Let's see, maybe some of the explanation here we can get at least a little bit of time here. This is the annoying bit if you have to like cut everything very, very narrow. But sometimes that just needs to happen. It's better to sometimes have a little bit longer of an audio example or something like that.
I think even more movement would be nice. So let's add something like a comb filter as well to kind of balance out the phaser that we have now. And of course, there's many more parameters that we can modulate. Say, for example, the wavetail position of this wavetable over here. Let's set that to 2 bars. And let's also do something interesting over here with the band mode.
I think with the band mode can go as well. That doesn't really need to be there. And then we have our final length for the short. This is the annoying bit. Sometimes you just have to cut a lot into the thing that you're doing, and it almost becomes like unclear what you're explaining, right? At the end of over here, I would have loved to have had the like the promo for subscribing to the channel and whatnot. That usually tends to give me a few more subscribers than not having it. But I don't want to cut into the musical parts too much. I still want you to be able to hear what I'm actually doing, like with the sound itself. That is more important, right? Now people start to join. Nice. Okay, so here we're probably running into the same issue.
So here's a cool lead that I'm working on for my upcoming preset pack.
Here we can cut out that part. And I think here we may also have a promo that isn't then really needed.
Speeding up and slowing down. So I would say that that is a more interesting way of generating movement. So here are the cool.
Maybe I'll just cut out a little bit more here. And then also a little bit more over here. There we are. You just see either over here or just by looking in the list if I actually get to the required length. They have announced, or they had, how should I say it? There is like a, for the YouTubers, there is a channel in our YouTube studio where they share like their plans and just some insight and some of the new features of YouTube and all of that kind of stuff. And it's usually like interviews with people that are from product development and whatnot on the YouTube side. And in the videos that they post, they also like have questions from different creators. And there was one creator who asked if they could make it so that shorts could be longer than a minute. And to be honest, personally, I like to some extent the challenge of having a short that is just like 1 minute long at maximum. Because now I have to kind of force myself to stay within a certain amount of time and really quickly explain a certain concept. And I think that that's more interesting than just being able to make a short that is, say, 2 minutes long or 3 minutes long, the way that right now TikTok is doing things, where you can make longer and longer and longer vertical content, basically. Or even normal horizontal content, I think they'll now allow.
As you can hear, nothing too aggressive. Let's go through this one really quickly. We have the pitch over here being modulated by this LFO together with this Forman 2 filter over here. Now,
I think maybe over here we can get a slight cut
over here, and then modulate the performance as well.
Later, of course, we'll set up the interface and all of that stuff as well in order to make sure that that actually works. You need to cut a little bit more, so something like this. It is annoying where sometimes the short gets too close together and it becomes I speak almost annoyingly fast and like unnatural short pauses between the sentences, but that's better than actually having to cut out information out of the short. So this way I should be able to, short 11 is just, I've noticed that maybe sometimes you need to get a few more frames out of it, otherwise it gets, it still counts as a long format or a normal vertical video as opposed to a short. This is one that is like funny. This one is pretty far over time, I guess.
I couldn't care less, to be honest.
I think that gets the point across.
I think high-tech producers are going to love this kind of stuff. Maybe an extra pitch effect or something like that.
Maybe I just take this part out over here as well. And that will get us in time, and now it's just the pitch effect over here. Because I really like the way that this last part of the pitch effect worked when I did the initial cut here.
Starting to become interesting.
Okay, there we can remove the audio. So one of the things that I am able to do with the way that I record videos is I have my desktop audio on a different channel than my own microphone. So I'm able to, whenever I'm speaking, remove like the delay tails and whatnot, and that makes it sound a lot cleaner when I'm actually speaking.
starting to become interesting, I think. Well, I'm going to turn this into a preset, so this is a little bit more control.
Okay. Here, we're probably going to have to cut a lot into the actual like explanation that I'm doing.
Just under our snare over here. And then as our input, we'll scroll up until we find the track that our snare is on. In this case, we have a group for them. Then make sure that it's set to input over here so that it's always listening to that track. If you now solo this and the group, we should hear the snare over here. And now we can start applying effects to this track over here.
I think this can go.
All right, so over here so that it's always listening to that track. And now we can start applying effects to this track over here to make the snare a little bit more interesting. In this case, what I'm going to do is add an EQ. And around the key of our track, we just want to start. In this case, what I'm going to do is add an EQ. And around the key of our track, we just want to start filtering out the little part of the snare. So let's get this up to like G#4 over here. Maybe even G#5 is a little bit nicer. So let's get that. So let's get this up to like G#4. So let's get that over there. And filtering out the little part of the snare. So let's get that over there. And then have a low pass filter there as well. Let's set this a little bit steeper so that we really just get that part over there. Turn up the Q a little bit more. We can maybe slightly saturate this as well to make it a little bit more interesting. And of course, let's make sure that the volume is set correctly. And then what we can do is also add a utility.
This actually flows better if I don't speak about the volume before, I think.
And then what we can do is also add a utility. We'll set the gain on this utility to -infinity. We'll set the gain on this utility to -infinity so that we can turn it off and on to turn off and on the effect. And in this case, I just have one section where I want the effect. So I'll turn it off for that part and then on for the rest of the track. And
I don't necessarily have to say that I'm playing the sound, and I think that this is like a promo
for
thing.
more sound design tips and
Yes. Okay, so that can go as well. The most important thing when you're doing these when you have to cut into an explanation is that the flow of the short still feels natural, right? That everything that you say kind of relates to what you were saying before. You don't want people halfway through the short going like, hey, why is he speaking about something else now? That's not a good way to make shorts.
hey, let's get back into this full-on Psytrance production that I've been working on for the last couple of months. I think I want to make a one-shot in this part of the track over here.
Okay, I can cut here after 2 bars. That's like a natural part to cut.
Maybe like a little squelch right in this beat.
What I can do is cut out the playing over there and then move where I say
Squelch
this
right
beat
in this beat.
and make it so that the selection starts there.
This beat over here. So it's
A little bit forward so that you have time to actually take in what I'm selecting.
maybe like a little squelch right in this beat over here. So squelch is pretty simple. You just set up a curve like this and you add that to the pitch as well as to a bandpass filter. Let's in this case have the bandpass filter go the other way than the
You're doing workout. Hope you're good. I am. Thank you.
pitch.
Hope you're doing good as well.
Just an envelope will do fine. Just an envelope will do fine here. And then we'll make it a bit louder.
Okay, here we can definitely cut.
And then we'll make it a bit louder. Let's give it 3 voices of unison. And let's set up a unison that looks somewhat like this.
And let's set up a unison that looks somewhat like this. That doesn't really tell me much.
3 voices of unison. So that we get a little bit of extra stereo width. And we'll
I believe there's some click in here. It may be in the desktop sound.
so that we get a little bit of extra stereo width. And we'll distort that a bit.
Hard to actively write right now. I understand, yes. This may also not be the most engaging stream. I know the main reason why I'm streaming now is so that I can have the title up and let people know that my sale is currently running. But I can see in the viewer numbers as well that this isn't the most interesting thing that I could be doing.
Of course, we want a little bit of delay. In this case, I'm going for echo, the normal delay that comes with Ableton, because it's nice and transparent. Let's set
That doesn't really have to be there. And we're almost done.
let's set this to Sidetrans production.
And this can go as well. And then we again end the short on just the playthrough.
Sound that sounds like this.
Do you ever
Okay. I don't want to show the jokes too much because I think it would be it's fun for you guys to have it happen unexpectedly, right? Whenever I have like a joke or the intro or whatnot in the shorts, and if you guys watch them, it is funny that I catch you off guard, I guess. So that would make it more interesting. So I'm trying to edit these shorts by not showing too much of the actual intro that is going to happen here. Of course, there's also the ones that I just explain stuff. Here I can cut a little bit earlier, but that's not going to matter too much. This is actually one that is fairly close, so we should be able to get away by just cutting a little bit more tightly on like the transitions and the edit points. Right? Every once in a while I save and then I can just see the time up there. So here we can cut out a few frames. And this idea of hunting down every frame and trying to make the cut as tight as possible, as I said before, it's not ideal. It makes the short very hyperactive in terms of the editing. But sometimes that is better than actually having to cut out information out of the short.
That sounds cool, but a little bit of processing would be nice. So I've
There we are. This is now in the time that we want it to be. And then we have one more where we're probably going to have to like actually cut some information out.
all right. So I think a little bit of a transition one shot over here would be nice. So
Here there seems to be some
all right. So I think
background sound. Yes.
a little bit of a transition one shot over here would be nice. So I'm going to make a MIDI clip for that, and I'm going to set up a note already. Let's lower that by 3 octaves so that we're in the sub bass register. That's always nice when you're sound designing.
That's a comment that doesn't really add any information.
In this case, I think I'm going to keep
When you want to create a sound and then attempt it and complete, how similar is that to the sound you thought of in the beginning to what you came out with? It depends a little bit on the situation. Whenever I'm writing actual music, I am basically anything that I do is something that I wanted to do at that point. So I have a sound in my head, and obviously like not exactly the details, but I say like, okay, here I want the sounds that in terms of its main movement does this, or in terms of its main tonality sounds like that, or in terms of the main modulation, right, or whatever it is. I have something in my head, and I 99.9% of the time get the thing that I have in my head from before I start writing it. And that is very deliberate. I don't experiment whenever I'm writing music, like actual music. I experiment outside of the actual writing process. And that is because when I'm writing music, I just want to see results. I just want to see things actually, working and trying to get the things that I have in my mind into the DAW. I don't like sitting around waiting for magic to happen. I like to sit around writing the ideas that I actually have. But in order to have that kind of workflow, you need to, of course, know a lot about sound design. And the more you know, the more things that you can actually create with the ideas that you have in your head. And of course, sometimes some ideas just fail, like they don't work in the track in the way that I thought they would. And you can only really hear that once they are in the track. But the actual experimentation part happens outside of like writing the actual music. And in that case, I sometimes sit for an hour experimenting with sound without even having an idea of what I was trying to attempt to make, right? Like, I can go into an experimentation session really without any real ideas of what I'm trying to do, and just mess around and see what happens whenever I do this process versus that process or whatever I end up doing. But most of the time, nowadays, I am perfectly capable of just like coming up with an idea in my head and then implementing that idea and getting very close to the idea that I actually had. So it doesn't really happen that I am, I guess, as I said, waiting around for happy accidents to happen or something like that. I think over here we should be able to cut a little bit. Let's just continue from where I started.
3 octaves so that we're in the sub bass register. In this case, I think I'm going to keep it a saw wave so that we get that nice click out of there. If we put it through a bandpass with a lot of resonance. Again, because we're on the sub bass register, we're going to get something that sounds like this.
That doesn't really need to be there. We can just quick go in here.
Bandpass with a lot of resonance. And what we'll do is add 2 voices of unison, something like that, and we'll slightly offset the pan over here in the filter. And now we can do something like this, where we just turn it up for the part that we want to transition. So something like that. And then we'll add a little bit of delay and reverb. Part that we want to transition. And then we'll add a...
So here, one of the tricks that I have at my disposal is that I can bend time inside of the edit, right? So you can see that I am explaining something about what I want to do, and the explanation kind of, or the thing that I'm actually wanting to do happens towards the end here. I can actually just take the desktop itself and just move that forward a little bit.
Where we just turn it up for the part that we want to transition, and then we'll add a little... And now we can do something like this, where we just turn it...
So now the thing that I'm doing actually lands on the something like this, where I say that. So that makes it a little bit more sense. And again, we're able to actually cut out a little bit of the part after that in order to do that.
Up for the part that we want to transition, and then we'll add a little bit of delay and reverb.
And then we cut out this. And I believe I either say after some mixing.
As you can hear though, there's some very nasty lower mids in there, so we're going to remove that with an EQ. And in the context of the track, you get something that sounds like this.
At this point, we can just delete the
For more sound design
promo thing here. Which means that I don't necessarily have to delete even that cut over there. That is something that I should look for. Even here, probably the best thing is to immediately cut the promo, because that is the least important part of the short. Right, if people actually want to subscribe because they like your content, or they like whatever you're doing, they will subscribe automatically. And if they don't, saying something out loud like that will almost never have them subscribe. It's just a good reminder that sometimes does actually work for people. Right, sometimes you need to be reminded of whatever it is that you want people to do. Like subscribing or liking the video or the live stream or whatever. That does tend to help at some point. So this is the last one. Now everything is within the time limit of shorts. So now we're going to do the final edits. And in this case, the main things that I'm doing is making stuff like full screen, setting up the desktop so that it's properly in frame. Like Serum just looks bad like this, right? It's partially out of frame at this side, I think. And it could be more zoomed in. So for Serum, I know 110 is the proper size. And then we can just set it up like this. And I always look for part of the interface where it looks nice and not too... like I don't want it to be too noisy at the top, for example. So I like to cut off those buttons there that sit on the top of Ableton. And now I should be able to take this and at least duplicate it over throughout most of this. Here, as you can see, we have a part where we need to do a little bit more.
Click on this dot in the middle and modulate it.
So from here, we're just going to copy this over. And then the interface is just going to move. Like, again, I'll try to have it so that it's, I don't want it at the edge because there's the like button and all of that stuff is up here. Like the like goes up to roughly here in the shorts feed. So you don't want to have important information behind that area. And in this case, we are selecting LFO3, which is higher, but still we want that to be in the middle of the screen. And then from here, we make a keyframe and then we can have it go back.
Dot in the middle and modulate it with LFO3 over here.
So that could be a little bit later. And this one could be a little bit faster.
Modulate it with LFO3 over here.
Okay. And this is going to be full screen. I also have full screen effects on here, which don't always work, because in this case I had to cut the top. So here the full screen isn't actually full screen. In the case that I do full screen, I have to crop here and here. But I think I want this to be a little bit higher, like this. There. And this one is already moving, I think.
Wait, what the hell, man? Put that back. I need that to continue working on the sound that I have over here.
It's actually a good intro. If you guys see the actual clip that it's relating to, it actually is going to make sense. Okay, so this is the first short that is finished. Now, one of the things that I should probably do at this point is determine the order of the shorts. Because as you can see, the first 5 shorts all have me with the same colored t-shirt. Right, so this is the black t-shirt. Here we have the black t-shirt, and then this is the last one where I again have a black t-shirt. And then I have 5 with a red t-shirt, and then I have 5 with the next shirt. I record, in this case, 30 shorts in one recording. One long recording session of, in this case, almost 3 hours long to record 30 shorts. And during the recording process, I actually just switch t-shirts. But it's better to... It looks a little bit strange if for 2.5 days I'm constantly wearing the same shirt, as opposed to just flipping back and through them. So I tend to randomly move around in here the actual ordering of the shorts, so that it's not repeating just like 5 shirts of this, 5 shirts of that, 5 shirts of that. So that's probably an idea that I do that now before I move into giving everything titles and whatnot. So the way that we do this, there's a little bit of a strange thing happening in that I recorded 2 shorts more of the non-intro ones than the funny intro ones. So there will be like 1 or 2 days where there isn't going to be one with a funny intro, but that's okay. In this case, I'm just going to move everything like so that at least all of the fun intros, as you can see, these are other people's shorts. You can see that this is not me. So everything is sitting over here, and I can keep that order at least in here, so that it still always alternates in terms of the order between them. And now what we can do is I can just move some of this stuff around. And as you can see, now the order is, as you can see, like out, right? So I can move one over here again, and now it's back. And I can take this one, move it over here. I can take this one, move it there. I can take another one here, another one there. And I just keep doing this for a while, and then after a while it will just be okay in terms of ordering. I can also take some of these earlier ones and move them back here. And then we'll have this one there. This is actually the same shirt, so probably should have this and that. One of the things is now they're numbered, so I can easily see if there's 2 with the same shirt very close to each other, and I can just move them out if I need to. So this needs to go there. So this is a funny one, meaning that this goes here, this goes there. It's a little bit more work now because I have more shorts than I usually have. Normally I record 20 at the time. So all of these are off by one, meaning that I want to take one of these and move them . Okay, sometimes it decides to move on its own for no reason. Okay, so this needs to go there. Now everything is in order again, except for this thing here. Fourteen and 13 are a little bit too close to each other. That's going to be the same shirt. That's not good. Let's move that there, and then this one back here. That should be different now. You have 4 and 5. I can move this out of the way somewhere. We have 2 and 3. Wait, why is that one now? It is becoming a little bit of a mess. I need to clean it up first in order for this to make sense. It doesn't matter too much, but it's just like a small thing that you can do to make this stuff better, right? These can go maybe here, and that means that this needs to go down again, I guess. Which means that we now should have a pretty randomized selection of shorts, and that means that I can start naming these as well. I already put the title in here so that I know what the title is going to be when I render and upload them. And I don't have to determine the title on the spot. And it's also a way for me to see whether a short is finished or not. It's probably a good idea that I also order them right now, because otherwise they are going to be out of order again once I render them with the file names. So this is 5 and 6. That's okay. 7, 8. I should continue just counting normally. 28 here. Wait, does that work? We need to get to 32. So this would be 29 then. Yeah, that should be okay. Math is not my strongest subject, I would say. Okay, so now we have a new order to things, which means that we just have to finalize all of the actual edits over here.
Alright, let's add a little bit of a metallic one shot over here.
In this case, I want to zoom in more so that I get closer to the text here. So we'll size it up to 200 and make sure that the things that I want to show are actually going to be in view.
Alright, let's add a little bit of a metallic one shot over here.
And then we can move here and here.
I'm actually going for something atmospheric and kind of rising over a longer period of time. So the easiest way.
Okay. And then here again, I want it to be another consideration. I used to always align Serum like this, but then you cannot really see the top bar because there's also stuff in there. So it's better to have it as close as possible to like the middle of the screen. That also makes it so that it's just nicer to look at in general. We'll take that and move it all over here.
Is by using some of the tones from my tone spec, which is currently on sale. So I'm just choosing 2 different ones at random, and then we'll add. I'm just choosing 2 different ones at random.
Okay, and then over here we can move slightly here so that we get to see the filter that I'm selecting.
And we'll add a bandpass filter over here.
There's a pause in speaking here, so that would be a good place to transition back to the other part.
We'll add a bandpass filter over here. Let's make sure.
Sometimes the audio just cuts out for random reasons inside of Premiere, like we heard here.
Make sure that both of them go through it. And then we'll set up a macro for it that goes almost all the way up. We of course want a little bit of stereo width, so let's set both of these to 2 voices and give them a bit of detune. And now by playing a note in the sub bass register.
Okay, so this is talking about the register, so I'm going to go probably like very close here, lower, and then highlight the fact, or highlight it like this so that you can actually see the note value.
By going down over here, 1 to 3 octaves, as you can see, G sharp 0. We can just take this macro and turn it.
Here again, we want to properly show what we're talking about.
Up over time, and we'll get something that sounds like this. And then in the context of the track, we get something
There.
And then in the
There's audio in here.
context of the track, we get something that sounds like this.
One of the things that is probably a good idea is the fact that I should hide that I added an EQ and a reverb here, because that's not something that I talked about. Sometimes people don't need to know the stuff that you cut out, but there was like a minute of stuff that I did in between that just was too long for the short to actually work.
And then in the context of the track, we get something that sounds like this.
It's probably a good idea to take the desktop, take this over here, and then so that I don't jump twice there. Lower volume here and then have that fade in. I do that with constant power. You do that by moving this thing out of the way, Shift D as a shortcut, and then you get a fade that you should be able to move. Premiere, thank you very much. There we are. And then I can move that back into place.
And then in the context of the track, we get something that sounds like this.
Now I can go back in here and still set the actual keyframe value to whatever I want.
of the track, we get something that sounds like this.
Okay, the volume goes in a little bit too fast here. And then over here, I am going to full screen this. Again, we'll take off the crop. And in this case, it is probably a good idea that I keep this short open, because here I have the setting that I actually want for the full screen, at least most of the time. So it's nice to highlight that I'm also dancing to my own music.
All right, let's add a little bit of a metallic one shot over here. I'm actually going for something atmospheric and kind of rising over a longer period of time. So the easiest way to do that is by using some of the tones from my tone spec, which is currently on sale. So I'm just choosing 2 different ones at
He is right,
and
you
then
know.
we'll add a band.
It is currently on sale.
Let's make sure that both of them go through it. And then we'll set up a macro for it that goes almost all the way up. We of course want a little bit of stereo width, so let's set both of these to 2 voices and give them a bit of detune. And now by playing a note in the sub bass register, by going down over here, 1 to 3 octaves, as you can see, G sharp 0. We can just take this macro and turn it up over time, and we'll get something that sounds like this.
Nice. So that's finished. For the ones that aren't like a funny intro, I just give a descriptive name of the actual sound in 3 to 4 words. And of course, for the ones that are funny, I like to give it a title that kind of reflects the actual interaction that happens inside of the intro and then my response to it. That is also another way that I'm able to distinguish whenever I'm uploading 32 shorts at a time, like I have to do later tonight. Which one is which. Of course, now I also have them in order, so I don't necessarily have to keep track of that. But later, the last 2 over here, for some reason I didn't, or I recorded 2 more shorts for the ones that don't have an intro than the ones that do have an intro. I don't know where I got that from. Usually my script is pretty tight in regards to this stuff. I can show you the script if you want to. I just have everything down exactly with which ones are the fun intros and which ones aren't, and I just alternate. And for some reason, it came out to having 2 more of these, I guess, than the other ones. And I don't know where I went wrong in terms of... I literally just alternate fun, non-fun, fun, non-fun, fun, non-fun. And I don't know where I somehow ended up with 2 more. Maybe because it's also 2 more than 30 shorts. So I literally recorded 2 more videos, 2 more shorts than I actually had in the script. And usually I'm pretty tight with that stuff. Usually I'm pretty, good at following the script that I write for at least the shorts part. When it comes to the shorts, if you're recording 20 or in this case 32 of them at the time, you definitely need the script for that kind of stuff. But with the normal videos, I tend not to script them too much. Unless I have like a bigger video where in advance I have a lot of technical analysis that I've done. And I need to go point by point, and I need to make sure that everything is included in there. Something like the ultimate guide to kick and bass, right? The one that I did last October. That took me 3 months to research, write a bullet point script for, and then record and edit and all of that stuff. So for those videos, those bigger videos, they need that. I also had the more recent one, the ultimate guide to sidetrend sound design. There I go point by point by point. And I write all of those points in advance, but most videos don't get scripted in advance. Most longer videos. But if you do shorts like this and you have 32 different subjects, you also need to know which sounds am I going to include, which sounds have I already included. So this is a way for me to keep track of all of the sounds that have already been included in an earlier set of shorts that I recorded, so that I don't cover the same sound twice and basically produce the same short twice. So there's a bunch of different things that go into making content that you may not actually be aware of. This one talks about the projects, so I don't think I need to do a lot of zooming here.
Yes, man, all the time. Take
Here I do want to do a little full screen bit.
Yes, man, all the time. Take this project over here for... Yes, man, all the time. Take this project over here, for example, which currently is still in the production phase. One of the reasons why this production
even
took
have
a
to
lot
remove the
longer
crop
than other productions
some
is
reason.
because I basically wrote it in the wrong way. One of the things that I did like about the way that I started writing this project is that I immediately wrote out the structure, but then I started adding a lot of different sequences, and basically all of the sequences were done before I had any of the one-shots in here and all of the effects and atmospheres in here. Which meant that throughout the later stages of working on the project, anytime that I was working on parts over here, it would sound very off because of course there were sequences there, but all of the detail sounds were missing, meaning that the whole production sounded very basic. So one of the rules that I've given myself now is that I don't want any one type of sound to kind of dominate the whole project, while other sounds are lacking in parts of the project. And honestly, I think that that's a much better approach to writing music. For more music production tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
You ever have
Okay, so that one was easy. That one was fast. That's nice. If they were all like that, it would be much easier to do all of these shorts. But sometimes the edits are really long. There's going to be one in here that is going to be fairly extreme. Because the whole joke is that, this one over here, the whole joke is that the person in the intro says, like, shorts need to be hyper stimulating. So I recorded that and edited that for it to be hyper stimulating. We'll get there when we get there and you'll actually see what's happening. So I'm going to do like a lot of zooms, and I might even try doing subtitles, which is a pain in the ass to do, especially with the way that I record multiple things. There's not a good way to do that with just like an individual short, I believe. Like I can only generate subtitles in here, in this short, by generating the subtitles for the original almost 3 hour long recording, which as you can imagine isn't the most fun to do.
Now a very cool trick that I used recently is having some of these sounds over here, which are just like very low choir sounds.
In this case, I can zoom in a little bit on this. So we're just going to have the part where the intro is in here. And I think in terms of what I need, what I'm talking about, that's everything. Tisla, welcome. How are you doing?
In this particular case, they just sit in the intro and they add a lot of extra stability to parts of the intro. As you can see in this case, I'm alternating both in the way that I'm playing these in terms of the clips, as well as the notes that I'm triggering every time that I play them. So in the intro, they sound something like this.
That's basically everything that I need. Oh. I wanted this thing so that I can grab this and move it here. The full screen where it actually needs to be always depends a little bit on how I'm recording it. You can imagine that if I do full screen, if I'm sitting like this versus like this, like it moves your head left and right and whatnot.
Notice how these lower sounds actually kind of push you throughout the intro, and in my opinion that is a very interesting effect. For more music production tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Now very sounds.
I hate how my beard is on this side over here. All of this stuff. I'm not good enough at editing to actually edit that kind of stuff out, but if I were, I would. I'm in the middle stage between being able to just have everything and tie it all together and have it nice and soft down, and it being like too long for it to just be like a small beard. I'm like in the in-between stages of where it looks normal and where I want to be, where it's nice and long. And that is a terrible look. But sometimes you have to sacrifice some stuff in order to look beautiful. Don't they say that?
kind of push you throughout the intro. And in my opinion, that is a very interesting effect.
Okay. Low choir pads. And then this one should also be fairly easy. This is one where I'm just sitting and playing with a sound that I'm making.
Synth.
Should I do this full screen or not?
Synth.
I do have to make this one bigger. Some shorts are only available in lower resolutions.
Thing.
Synth.
Name one thing.
Synth.
This is the whole short. It's just me sitting here messing with this particular synth that I'm working on. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. I don't think this one is going to do particularly well. After the synth bit and people realizing that it's just me playing it like 15 seconds in, I don't think that people will stay around a lot. The jokes are better when, or it works kind of better when it's a little bit faster. We'll see it over here. I think this one will actually perform pretty well. I'm just going to call this synth, and that's it. That should work as a title. Then here we have Don't you think your own voice is annoying? I hate hearing my own voice, but I can imagine if I heard my own voice every day, it might feel different. It is very annoying. The annoying thing about hearing your own voice is that you hear all of your own speaking issues. We'll probably come across it a little bit later, but there's certain times where I say a phrase in the edit and I have like one take of it and I maybe like make a small error in pronunciation, or the flow of the way that I'm speaking is not exactly the way that I want it to be. And that stuff I know for a fact does matter a little bit. People say like it doesn't matter when I'm watching your shorts whether you're speaking fluently or if there's like a little strange way in that you say something. That is, sometimes people say like that's a little bit charming. But I know for a fact that if I have shorts where I have very big issues like that, that people leave. That people maybe don't understand a few words that I'm saying, that they're like, I cannot actually follow what this guy is doing. He is speaking too strangely for me to actually understand the explanation that he's given, and therefore he leaves. Or the viewer leaves, right? And that is the thing that bothers me. The actual tonality of my own voice is not something that bothers me. Like, I know a lot of people say that they hate the sound of their own voice. That's not something that bothers me. I don't care. But that's also because I've been editing myself daily for like 4 years. So that would be one of the reasons why I might not actually hate the sound of my own voice. Zen Lion, how are you doing? When is the next feedback stream? The next feedback stream will be probably the 25th. Probably the last day of the summer sale as well. Because this Sunday, in 2 days, of course, I'm on vacation, and then the Sunday after is the day that I'm coming home from WoW Festival. So I don't think I'll be in the mood to do a stream then. Even if I'm on time to actually do the stream and set up everything and whatnot, I wouldn't want to do that. And then after that, I'm moving to a different apartment. I have to move before the 1st. But in that first week, there's not so much. I don't have to do so much that I cannot work on the channel and cannot stream and that kind of stuff. So the 25th will be. I will try to do a feedback stream, and then you should be able to submit your track and whatnot. and we can do a little feedback. So I'm taking 2 weeks off. Also, Mind B, how are you doing? How is saving for buying your own place or to build one? No, I'm just renting. I'm moving to a different apartment, but I'm still renting that apartment. Today I had to go there to get a picture of the, what's it called? The meter for electric and the meter for gas, and the meter for water. He did say, like, if you were to buy it, I would give you a good price for it. Because I'm going back to the apartment where I've already lived, right? The apartment before. If you guys have been around for more than a year, you would have known the background that I had, the nice artwork background. And the guy that is there obviously already knew me, and he knows that I'm like a good renter, I guess. I always paid on time and that kind of stuff, and not every Italian does that. He is actually missing payments from the 2 people that I lived with, and I was the only one out of the 3 that actually made all of the payments that they needed to make in form of rent and that kind of stuff throughout the whole renting like contract length, I should say. So he's really nice to me, and but I'm not thinking of buying a house anytime soon. No, you guys would need to buy a lot more preset packs. It would basically need to be the amount of presets and that kind of stuff that I sell during a sale throughout just the whole year, in order for me to be able to do that. I'm fine mixing our track. Nice. Nice. I hope it's not too messy from the production. I didn't actually check the production. Is one of the things that I realized now. I didn't actually check if the playback, after I fixed the project with the issues that we were having with the samples and whatnot, if it actually played back in the same way. But I wouldn't understand why it wouldn't. The only thing that I definitely caught was that there was a trans gate on the like square base thingy. But I don't know why. And it was just cutting off the bass in like 16 notes, which sounded really awful. So I removed that. I caught that before I was actually exporting. But I didn't play through the track before, because I'm really busy now with the vacation and all of that stuff. So it may be a little bit of a mess, but I hope it's not too bad. That there are no like big issues or whatnot. This seems to be one of the preset ones, so most likely I just have to align Serum here. These sliders are so annoying because they have friction. I'll show you. How can I show you that? I can tell you when I start dragging my mouse. I'll drag now. It took, I dragged up maybe 20 centimeters before it started doing something. Not 20, like 10, I think. And even then I had to like increase the speed. So these are sliders with actual friction in there. If you drag your mouse very little, they'll just never start doing things. And this is really annoying if you want to make a small edit, because that means that you have to make a big edit, like a big drag, and then you have to get it back to the actual position that you want. Let's say that you want this to go 5 pixels higher. You would need to, and you want to do that by dragging, or maybe for normal 5 pixels higher, you just use your mouse or whatnot. But if you want to drag up or down, it comes with friction. I am dragging, slowly moving my mouse up now. I'm slowly moving my mouse up. It's just not doing anything. You see, this is one of the many issues that this software has. No big issues. Nice, nice. Silo Saip project, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
So here's a cool lead that I'm working on for my upcoming preset pack.
Do I want to full screen this? I don't think I want to, because here I directly refer to the thing that is happening in the desktop. So it may make more sense to not have me in the full screen there. I can copy over the position here. Most likely, this is all that we need to do here.
It's actually speeding up and slowing down. So I would say that that is a more interesting way of generating movement.
Yeah, this is a very easy one. I know there's going to be another ARP related one that talks a lot about movement, so I don't want to call this short making ARPs with cool movement or something like that.
And Serum, as of this patch, given that this layer macro over here is responsible for the level, and then we also have this phaser over here.
I guess I just have two ARPs that both have a lot of movement. I'll call this multi-movement ARP, and then the other one will probably refer to as making ARPs with a lot of movement, something like that. That way they have very distinct titles. My Logify, how nice to see you. It's been a long while. You'll get copyright from yourself. I might, yes. No, that won't happen. If I do get copyright from if somebody else uploads my content, but if I upload my own content, then that doesn't cause any issues. If you were to take this stream and take a clip from it and upload that to your YouTube channel, I would be able to see that and claim or take that video down on my behalf. But I don't think it will work with your own content like that. No, that would be very extreme.
Is all of the different movement things that you can do within Serum. As you can see, we have the flanger engaged over here.
It has been a long while since I've seen your name in chat, right? Isn't it?
Here, but only one of the oscillators is going through that, which is going to be the main oscillator of this patch, given that this layer macro over here is responsible for the level.
Yeah, so this one is finished. Here's another one where we have a response. So this one we want in full screen, which we just take from here.
So let's just volume. So let's just leave it there. Maybe a bit more clicky, I guess. For one, we can have the starting phase always at the clicky part of this wave cycle over here.
Okay, so I think this one is not from the production, or this one is from the production. Okay, so I just set up the start screen here, and then we'll just see to what point I'm actually staying inside of Serum. I was a bit far away from music other than guitar, but I'm here now. Thanks, nice to see you as well. Thank you. It's good to see you that you're back, at least. You're always nice to have around in the chat. So this means that I still have to copy over everything to here somewhere. Like the majority of this is Serum, so it's probably just like the last few clips here that aren't.
And then we get something that sounds.
Yeah, it's just this. So here we just zoom in on the actual clip itself. It is nice to have it in a way that it's the only thing on the screen, so it's like really obvious what is going on.
Like this.
Here we have another issue that you can see, and that is that this is out of sync with what it plays. Again, I am a bender of time, so I am able to exactly line up the clip time over here. What we also see is that my mouse halfway through comes into the screen, which is not exactly what I want to go for. What could be nice is to, let me just keyframe this here. We can follow the line. And then here, when the drop hits, I can go back to full screen. And again, you can see me dancing there. Oh, in this case, I am really out of frame.
For more sound design content, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Okay, what's the joke again here? Oh yeah, this one is about being single. You also need the title to be short enough that I can get all of the tags necessary in there. Because the structure of the title when the short actually goes online is this title over here, which basically does nothing. It's not really that important. And then I have the 3 emotes, right? The 3, is it emotes? It's just the normal like smiley faces and whatnot. Emotes, I consider that more like a Twitch thing, I guess. And then I have the 5 hashtags which allow me to market to or allow me to put it in different categories, which is fairly important. It's not the biggest deal, it's not the biggest thing, it's not like your short isn't going to blow up if you don't put them in there, but it always is nice to get a little bit of a boost out of that. So I need to make sure that the title is short enough that I can actually put in all of the hashtags that I want to have in there, all 5 of them. I have like Psytrance, tutorial, music production, Ableton, and Serum, or something like that. Whatever 5 they are. If you go into the Psytrance category on shorts, you mostly see my face actually. And that's because I am the one that always puts in that kind of tag. And a lot of the other guys that make the shorts, they don't seem to bother too much with that. And even then, I upload way more than they do.
Let's say that you have an ARP that sounds something like this.
This is a nice short because it's not purely related to Psytrance. So this is a short that somebody could watch that isn't into Psytrance production and still enjoy. It is sometimes nice to have a bit of content that is a little bit broader. Here I talk about getting glides into this stuff, I think.
And you want to add a little bit of extra glide to it. This is how you do it. First of all, I need to say that this is a fairly easy setup. We just have Editor1 controlling the pitch.
Yeah, so I go through how the ARP is actually set up over here. And then I go over how you make sure that all of the notes are able to glide. And then you can actually get...
And that's how you add
like a glide amount out of there. So that's nice. And then, again, full screen. Like that. Oh yeah, this is the one where I have to go hyperactive with all of the editing.
The running joke these days is that kids can't go 30 seconds watching a video that isn't hyper-stimulated.
Well, in case it isn't a joke, we take a wavetable over here from joke. We take
The whole joke that I say like it isn't a joke, and then I go with very, very fast editing in here. That's the whole idea behind this short. So what I want to do is first of all go from full screen to this screen over here. So I'll keyframe over here, position and scale, and then 200. And this goes up all the way there.
Well, in case it isn't a joke, we take a wavetable over here from the...
And then in the desktop, we immediately want to zoom in. I guess starting from this point where it stops, zooming in on the other, right? We just want to do like hyperactive editing. Real Gen Z editing.
Take a wavetable over here from the digital...
Here, where does my mouse go out of screen? Right here. So now we want to go here.
From the digital pack, let's just...
And this is the moment that we probably from here to here go back. I think these are just the... Oh no. Do I not have the original? Do I not have... Oh. I haven't set up Serum over here yet. The normal size that it needs to be full screen. Like this. Now we have it. Okay. So now I can... The one time that I actually want you to follow the cursor, you don't do it. Like this.
From the digital pack, let's just pick any one that we want.
Okay, and then from here, I'm going to select filter. So this is probably a good moment to zoom in again. It is a lot harder doing this when you're not able to see the keyframes all the time. I can make this a bit more like this for this particular one. I bet you this is going to be my most popular short.
It isn't a joke, we take a wavetable over here from the digital pack. Let's just pick any one that we want. Let's add the filter. Let's lower the resonance over here. And lower the resonance. Let's add.
Okay. I'm a little bit desynchronized there in terms of where I want to be. What I can do to fix that is there's like ways that you can time stretch this, I think. Yeah, time remapping here. I've never used this, but I want it to say...
Add the filter, let's lower the resonance.
Like I'm obviously way too late with saying lower the resonance because I'm already gone.
Lower the resonance over here, and
I want the over here to line up where lower the resonance. So up until this point, we should be pretty okay, I guess. Not really. Up until this point, we're okay with the time, and then I wanted to slow down, I guess. I also need to make sure that over here, towards the end, it doesn't go too fast.
Lower the resonance over here, and
so let's actually just cut in this clip over here. I think that will be easier. So we can go lower. Can you do that? Can you even change this here? Time remapping? I've never worked with this, so I have no idea how this works.
Just pick anyone that you want. Let's just pick anyone that you want. And now we
I might need to watch a tutorial for 2 seconds. 110 Dio, hey, good to see you. Good to see you too. Thank you. In Premiere Pro. allows for speed variations within video clips. Okay. Can I do that? Toggle the effect on or off. Why am I not able to actually change that then? So we'll delete that. Give me a second.
Hi, this is Margaret with Noble Desktop. Speed, just click on this clip and say Command R. Time remapping allows you to create variations in your speed. To get to the clips and say time remapping speed. The opacity line is mapping on. Determining just as you would.
Okay, so I should be able to do it over here. Time remapping speed. Now if I go here, this is already different from the other clips for some particular reason, I guess. So we need to slow down here. It won't allow me to make a keyframe. And it won't allow me to edit the keyframe over here either. I have no idea why it would do that.
Now, it's very important after you've created your 2 points or more, if you'd like, in time remapping, you leave the pen tool and go back to the selector tool. Time remapping does not work if you're in the pen tool. So
I am in the
if I want to
selector
go fast, I boost.
Ah. Okay. So we want this to slow down by a lot, right?
Anyone that wants, let's add the filter, let's lower the resonance, let's add the filter.
Okay, and this one goes slightly slower.
Let's add the filter, let's lower the resonance over here, and let's take it to lower it like this, and move it to
Okay. So the last frame should probably be around here. This one, this short over here is going to be the one that is going to take the most time out of all of them, because I do this hyperactive editing over here.
And let's take envelope 2.
We're going to go down already over here without actually making a keyframe. For now, thank you, Premiere. So here and here.
And let's take envelope 2, lower it.
Here again, I would need to time map, I guess, or speed map. Or isn't this the... Ah, you can set it per clip. That's what's happening. Sorry, this is the first time, as I said, that I'm actually trying this stuff.
Envelope 2.
So this one needs to be a little bit shorter.
Take envelope 2, lower it like this, and take and
I have no idea what's happening now. I want this to go forward.
let's take envelope 2, lower it like this, and move it to the filter cutoff. To the filter cutoff.
Okay, this one can go. I just want these things to stay together. I just want these things to stay together here.
To the filter cutoff.
A little bit more forward, I guess.
To the filter cutoff. To the filter.
Okay, so then here we can... This is really tough. Editing like this. I would like to be able to see what I'm doing as well, please. Thank you very much. The position isn't actually changing now.
To the filter cutoff. Lower cutoff.
Apparently that's the only way that it's... Okay, apparently keyframes don't work anymore. What is happening? Are there... Can you only do keyframes if you're not doing time stuff? Motion position. Yeah, this is what I want. So, could I change, please? Or this is the speed of the motion now. So they want me to do the time mapping after this. I cannot now change the position, is what they're saying. I hate this software. I hate this with a passion. I want to now keyframe from one position to the other. Does scale work? Scale works. Position doesn't. Why? Why would the position just not change if I change this and this?
To the filter cutoff.
Okay, so I would need to take this off according to here and then nest it. This is the only way that this works. Nest it, and now I can go oh my god. Even that doesn't work. Wait. Let me go 100 here. And then 960 by 540. This is the problem with Adobe software. Nothing works the way that you expect it to. You need to now nest stuff. And if you nest something, the nested sequence is like this. So I need to go in here and I need to change these two parameters around. And yes, I really want to change it that way, and that moves it out of the way again. I have to go in here, and for some reason they decided that it needs to be in this random spot over here. Why is that the case? I have no idea. I just want this to be 100 and 960 and 540. I've memorized these numbers purely because I have to enter them so many times to align stuff back to where it actually needs to be. Okay, now I have the nested sequence. Of course, that means that it's now all over the place over here. So I have to get this back to where it was before, which was 250, and then it was lower. and then it was over here. And now I can go from the point where I start this, and I can move up to the part where I want to animate, and now we can actually see that both time mapping and the thing that I was doing or changing the position actually works. And this should hopefully...
And let's take envelope 2, lower it like this, and move it to the filter cutoff, lower it a little bit.
In this case, I'm not fast enough with my keyframe, so the mouse goes out of view, which we obviously don't want.
The cutoff,
I think as a starting position, I want this to be here, so that the mouse is more in the middle of the screen. And it also ends nicely in the middle of the screen. In order for it to do that, I...
Filter cutoff, move it to the filter cutoff, lower it, and move it to the filter cutoff, lower it a little bit, so we get something like this.
Okay, so now I need to find the part where I'm actually playing it, because obviously you cannot see the modulation. Okay, so it's not in there. It should be in here. Let me just drag this out and remove the speed mapping. Yes, I will want to delete existing keyframes, and I don't want to see anything, preferably. Now I can line this up with the first plug here, and then we can just insert that in there. This is the most boring edit. Of course, that doesn't line up, meaning that we need to... Can I just take... There's no way that this... There's no way that this is going to work, right? If I just take the position here and here. Is this actually going to line up then? It does.
Then we add the hyper.
Okay, cool. So that's 20 seconds done. That's 20 seconds of a short, which took like half an hour to make. Only because I'm just struggling with the editing software. Is it actually good looking though? Does the flow actually work? Let's see.
Okay, so this is the joke. We take a wavetable over here from the digital pack. Let's just pick any one that we want. Let's add the filter. Let's lower the resonance over here. And let's take envelope 2, lower it like this, and move it to the filter cutoff. Lower it a little bit so we get something like this. Then we add the high.
That was very nice. I am very happy with the end result. And that is all that matters.
Then we add the hyperdimension over here. Make sure that we set it to retrigger. And
this should be an easy one.
then we add the hyperdimension over here. Make sure that we set.
The only thing that I don't like is that I set it to retrigger before I actually say that.
Make sure that we set it to retrigger. And let's go up and set that something like this.
I am going to 50. Hopefully I can get that stuff in frame enough. I think I can move it. Wait, how do we want to do that? That would need another set of time scaling, right? Yeah. So we need to go nest again and do that whole process again of changing the sequence here. Yes, I want to do that thing that's... I don't think anybody has ever said no to that. That pop-up box that happens there. So that means that we need to slow down at the start and speed up like at the halfway point. Meaning that we again need to do time mapping here. And we just make like 4 points. Have this one. Why doesn't this stay together? Why does it always need to move just one part of a 2-part point? You would have to select it like that. Aha. Yeah, we want this to be a lot slower.
Then we add the hyper.
Of course, this doesn't work, but we can. Oh, now there it is. Okay.
Dimension over here. Make sure that hyper dimension over here. Make sure that we set it to retrigger and let over here.
Thanks for subscribing, Psymatic. Oh, apparently now the bot tells me when people subscribe. I've never seen that before. That's interesting.
And we add the hyper dimension over here. Make sure. Dimension over here. Make sure that we set it to retrigger. Let's go up and set the dimension something like this. We take the compressor, set it to both. Band modes that all of the frequencies are nice and balanced. Of course, frequencies are nice. We take the compressor, set it to multi-band modes that all of the frequencies are nice and balanced. Of course, we want delay and reverb on our.
Here I'm turning on delay and reverb.
Of course, we want delay and reverb.
And therefore I can move over here.
Plug sounds. Reverb on our plug sounds so that.
I think this can be a little bit earlier. Okay, here we go with another one to go even further. This is almost deliberate, right? That I don't show the mix knob. I could just move to here in one step, but having it in 2 steps gives more of that effect. The whole joke for the people that are joining in the stream is that this guy that I'm responding to, this is one of those shorts that I respond to something, is talking about how you need to have hyper... what's it?
Can't go 30 seconds watching a video that isn't hyper stimulated.
Well, in case it isn't a joke, we take a wavetable over here from the digital pack. Let's just pick any one that we want. Let's add the filter. Let's lower the resonance over here. And let's take envelope 2, lower it like this, and move it to the filter cutoff. Lower it a little bit so we get something like this.
That's the whole joke, that the hyper editing is like hyper stimulating, right?
That's what we'll set up next. Make sure that the mix is nice and high so that we get... We'll set on delay and reverb on our plug sound, so that is what we'll set up next.
Would be funny to almost do like a transition here to itself. I think that would be too much. I don't want to go like obnoxious. It is the point that it's still like a joke, but I still want people to be able to kind of follow what I'm doing. So I'll just copy over the positions here.
Make sure the mix is nice and high so that we get a nice big ambience. We can add a secondary layer.
What we can do is kind of like a zoom out, zoom in transition here. So we want to take this and let's move here. Let's move back, set also for position, go forward, and then this and this. So this should zoom out then as well. Oh yeah, this we set to 90, I guess. That works, hopefully.
We can add a secondary layer by turning on oscillator A over here. Let's set that. We can add a secondary layer by turning on oscillator A. Oscillator A.
Here I say the wrong thing, so this is a good moment to do another overstimulating edit. Let's make this obnoxiously big in front of my head. Here's a fun thing. The only way that you can center this, let's first change the font over here. Nice. This is a bit too much. I would like to change this a normal amount of increments, please. Nice. Maybe a little bit like this, 10. And then I want this to be a bit bigger. And then we'll center it like right in front of my head. Like that. This is the only way that you can center things. You have to go to a whole different window. Right here.
Layer by turning on oscillator A over here. Let's set that an octave. Oscillator A over here.
And then from that moment, we're going to zoom in again aggressively.
Set that an octave up, and let's set the unison to 8, and let's set the detune a little bit lower as well. We can also go back in this first oscillators a little bit lower as well. We also a little bit up, and let's set the unison up.
This one, I think we don't have to time map. I think we can just move this here.
A over here, let's set that an octave up, and let's set the unison.
Of course, it moves it with the keyframes. The one thing that you probably didn't want.
A over here, let's set that an octave up, and let's set the unison to 8, and let's set the detune a little bit lower as well. We can also go back in this first set a little bit lower as well. A little bit lower as well. We can also go back in this first oscillators to also give the.
Okay, it is much easier when you don't have to bend time. It seems to be.
To go back in this first oscillators to also give the few more voices, and again we'll turn the detune down, and again we'll turn we give the few more oscillators to also give.
I want this to be related to the voices.
Also give the few more voices, and again we'll turn the.
I want to see the detune part going down as well here.
And again we'll turn the detune down.
This is too late now.
Again we'll turn the detune down.
It's almost finished. My masterpiece of a short here. That took, in and of itself, almost an entire hour to make. But this now should just need the full screen bit. And that is over here.
And as you can hear, that is exactly how we get a nice and plucky sound. For more sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Okay, I like that. I want to slightly up the volume of this sigh here.
That you subscribe to the channel.
And then one final edit like double the speed and go. Is this exactly on the thing? Yes. So this can go a little lower.
To the channel.
The running joke.
Okay, then I need, for this one, because the intro is a little bit longer, I need the Stitch incoming thing here, which I have a preset for. And we'll just have that.
These days is that kids can't go 30 seconds watching a video that isn't hyper. The running joke these days is that kids can't go 30 seconds watching a video that isn't hyper stimulated.
Well, in case it isn't a joke, we take away.
Okay, I think that now we have the short that I want to have.
The running joke these days is that kids can't go 30 seconds watching a video that isn't hyper stimulated.
Well, in case it isn't a joke, we take a wavetable over here from the digital pack. Let's just pick any one that we want. Let's add the filter. Let's lower the resonance over here. And let's take envelope 2, lower it like this, and move it to the filter cutoff. Lower it a little bit so we get something like this. Then we add the hyper dimension over here. Make sure that we set it to retrigger, and let's go up and set the dimension something like this. We take the compressor, set it to multi-band mode so that all of the frequencies are nice and balanced. Of course, we want delay and reverb on our plug sound, so that is what we'll set up next. Make sure that the mix is nice and high so that we get a nice big ambience. We can add a secondary layer by turning on oscillator A over here. Let's set that an octave up, and let's set the unison to 8, and let's set the detune a little bit lower as well. We can also go back in this first oscillator to also give it a few more voices, and again we'll turn
There's a little edit problem there.
oscillators. Well, we can also go back in this.
So here we're just going to do the simplest of tricks, which is a freeze frame, where you just take one frame and you just say, like, I don't want to stretch time anymore. I'm just going to pause here for a second and make it look like I'm just not moving the mouse for a while.
Back in this first oscillator to also give it a few more voices, and again we'll turn the detune down. And as you
Would it be funny to go really, like, just randomly move around here and rotate randomly? Like if I move this down like so, and then in the meantime rotate. Here we go back to 0 rotation.
And as you can hear, that is exactly how we get a nice and plucky sound. For more sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
I think it's a good edit. I think that this one, as long as it took, it came out really well. I will call this overstimulated plugs. Okay, so that was clearly the most difficult edit of all of the ones that we had here. I am going to take a quick break. What I want to do is I want to put on the mix that came out today. While I have all of you guys here, of course, as you can see from the title, the summer sale has started over on my Gumroad page. So if you're ever interested in any of my products, now is the time to get them. Use code SUMMERSALE24, all lowercase, to get 30% off of all of my products, including stuff like my masterclass, as well as my recently released, actually today released, new preset pack. Let me quickly go into my profile so that you guys can actually hear. I'm trying to emulate the talking that I was doing here, actually. So this is the new preset pack that came out today, as you can see. Go if you have bought it and you want to rate it, that would be really nice. Of course, also my masterclass is 30% off. Everything is 30% off. All of these products that you see over here. The mini packs as well as the remix packs. Everything. So anything that you're interested in, now is the time to get it. Another thing that came out today is another mix over at Eclipse. So I have been a really busy bee, but right now the mix is at 50 views here. And I'm actually going to use this and play a part of this so that you guys can see it a little bit. Why is this happening? What's happening here? I have never seen this. It just bugged out completely. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll leave this playing for you guys so that you have something interesting to look at while I am away for a little bit. This first track is also the track that MindB was talking about before when he talked about mixing our track. This is our upcoming collaboration that is currently in the late mixing stages and will release in a few months maybe. We have some other stuff that is going to come out first over on the Eclipse label, including some of the other songs that are in here later, these two songs. So if you're interested in hearing already some preview of some of the stuff that is coming out later, of course the mix is where you can get that.
Testing assisted.
So, let us dream big. Let us dream big.
Of course, great timing as always, as the track that we just listened to finished. Maybe I'll do a next break and then we'll listen to the next track as well. So I'll leave that there for now. This became a bit of a mess. I want that a little bit more centered. This next short should be easier than the one before. Every short from now on should be easier than the one before. I do think, however, that that's going to be a good one. And I hope that it performs well, that people don't skip away too fast. Because that tends to happen sometimes when I play a very long intro, like the one here is like 5 seconds, but I don't think I can make that any shorter. Maybe that is a consideration that I would need to make.
The running joke these days is that kids can't go 30 seconds.
Yeah, because I referenced joke, so I need to have that from the start. That might be a bad thing.
When it comes to my basslines, one of the interesting things that I've been doing is actually stereoizing them. Now I may say that basslines need to be mono for side.
Here I think I can just zoom in on the plugin. And that should be all that we need to do. 150 is a good one for M stereo spread, and then I want that. Do I want it like this, or I think like this. I think that is less distracting than the other one.
But that's not actually true, and I think that a little bit of stereo processing makes them sound a lot better in general. So this is M Stereo Spread, which is the plugin that I commonly use for my stereo processing. And as you can see, we do make sure that the lowest frequencies are still mono-compatible by setting the minimum frequency to roughly 300 Hz here. And then you can dial in the tone with the bands.
Here I just bypass, and then the final thing is I want a full screen here. A little bit to the left.
For more Psytrance production tips, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
And that is a lot easier. Okay, here I want all of them capitalized, of course. You see how much faster it goes if you don't have to do very complex stuff. Here we have another full screen.
Hey guys, are you looking for packaging meshes?
No, I'm not, unless they can pack my presets. Like this one over here.
I think this one is also just everything happening in Serum, because this is one of the ones that I recorded for presets that I was
Here
making.
that I'm currently working on. As you can hear, this is still pretty.
This stays in frame nice and easy. That one as well. Okay, so this is easier. Only if I can package my presets. One of the things that I should probably do with a lot of these shorts is wherever possible put in, because all of these go up during the sale. Almost all of them, except the last two here, I think, or the last four, go up during the duration of the sale. So I should probably have a reference to that sale somewhere. I do have an image for that, so I can quickly grab those. It's this one here. And I can just go... Yeah, so this could be 80-ish, I think. Nicely in the middle. And just have that in the last bit here.
Hey guys, are you looking for
Here.
And then what we want to do is... this is another thing. I cannot add an element right now. I can not click anywhere and add a new element. You need to click on empty space in order to do that. So if you want to do that without having to like move the interface and stretch and whatnot, and even if you move the interface, there's sometimes, yeah, in this case, even if I move it to like 3 wide, you can see it's messing up everything. But if I move it to 3 wide, there's still no place where I can actually right click the screen and get the, or have like an empty part. So what I have is I have an image called dot. This is just a random comment from somewhere. And now I can right click new item adjustment layer, because that is the thing that I want. And then I delete this again, and now I have the actual element that I want. So you can see how many strange behaviors and whatnot are in this part. But I can use the adjustment layer to go in here and then go curve, Luma curve, set this to halfway, and not glow, blur is what I need. Some normal Gaussian blur, and we'll up that to like 40%. And now I can set the opacity over here. So let me quickly go to the end of this thing, make a keyframe, and then go to beginning. Oh, not there. That's the speed. That's not what we want. Here, keyframe, and then go down. So now it actually becomes blurry and darker as the image comes in.
Hey guys.
So this is something that I can copy over to some other shorts. I'll go back into some of the shorts that we did before and actually see if there's places where I can add it. This one isn't a preset. The first one.
So you can get some extra cool movement out of your arts and sequences. For more sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Doesn't really have a spot where I can add that into it, right? This one doesn't really have, or this one isn't part of the ones that show my preset. This one isn't part of the ones that show my preset. This is. So I'll move this up and then we go back to the ones that I was working on here. Let me set this to the default size as well. Here's another fun thing. The default track size has changed, so it's no longer the smallest, like nice tracks to look at, the way that I have it now. So every time I add a new track, let's say I do this, If I add a new track, you can see it becomes bigger. I don't want that, so I want to set the default size like that. And there's no way that you can do that other than having to go in there manually every time that you add a track and doing it like that, which is very annoying. But I guess for some reason that is how Adobe decided to do it. Okay. I don't think that a lot of people are going to come to here, but that's okay. For this one at least. So number 5 can go. Number 6.
Really hear that one of the movements that is in the side of this patch is actually speeding up and slowing down. So I would say here's a cool lead that I'm working on for my upcoming preset pack.
I think I want to put it in here at the beginning for this one. Marketing is important, as you can see. So we'll put this here and here. And then I would love to have a little bit of text in here that explains that the preset pack is out and on sale. So in this case, we're going to move this a little bit lower. And on sale, okay. We can lower the text size. This is nice. We have a slider that doesn't do anything because for some reason you have to unclick and click on it again. And then I go here and set it in the middle. This needs to be, if I want it to properly be in there, the text becomes too small. Also, I believe on mobile phone, let me quickly check that. Let me quickly grab my phone. I believe there's stuff at the top here, so I don't want to have text there, ideally. I just need to. Alright, so I'm working on a pic. It is there if you pause. So I don't know if you can see it, but there is like a little bit of stuff at the top here if I pause. But if I unpause, set back, and today I want to make a pad sound. Let's just start by finding the right wavetable. You can see there's not really much there, so I think we should be okay. I don't think I have like an overlay that exactly tells me where everything is. The like and dislike thing may cut into the Gumroad image here, but not in a spot where the text is necessarily in the wrong spot. So I think this should be okay the way that I'm doing that now.
There's a few interesting things over here that I'm doing. The main thing that I'm
not going to have every short, of course, as I said before, have this in here, but we want to market this stuff to my shorts community as well. Maybe it's cool to show why you would need to do that, because I can probably find that in my analytics, the audience that watches just shorts of mine. I don't know what I am allowed to show or not. There should be, or under content maybe, it should show the amount of things that people watch. If I go to all here. Yes. So look. 60% almost watches only my shorts. Versus live, it's 92%. So nobody watches my live stream essentially. But even in comparison to the long format videos, there's actually it's interesting that there's not more people that watch both shorts and videos. That there's so many people that only care about my long format videos. I didn't really know that. That's interesting. But for the shorts, I knew that it was a massive amount of people that are only watching my shorts. So if I only mention the sale in the long format videos, a majority of my audience will never know that my sale is going on. I did not show any of the things that I was just talking about. This graph over here. Sorry. You can see that it says like shorts versus videos here. It says you can see shorts only is 57%. So a majority of the people that are watching my shorts, or the majority of the people that are my audience, never watch anything other than shorts. So if I don't put any advertisements for the sale in the shorts, nobody will know, or a majority of my audience won't know that the sale is going on. So that is something that I would need to do here. This is production related. Yes, so this does not talk about the actual preset.
Let's say that you have an ARP that sounds something like this. To add a little bit of extra glide that you want to add over here.
This does talk about a preset that I was making for the pack, but it doesn't specifically talk about the pack. So I'm not going to put it in there. This one we already saw. Let's go number 10. I don't think I want to have it in here because this is where I'm actually showing stuff. Yeah, so we'll just continue with 12, and I already have everything that I need in here. I have the full screen that I was previously taking from short number 1 and copying it over. The only thing that I don't have is the text, which is in short number 6. Okay, so we'll leave that there so that I can always grab that.
Let's make a flange noise effect together, which is fairly simple to make.
Okay, so we need the full screen here.
Let's make a flange noise effect together, which is fairly simple to make. We just want to start with the noise oscillator.
Of course, we want 110 in here. I move it like that. Just turning on my air conditioning. You can immediately notice almost that it's turned off, because I turned it off right before I went to a break, and it became 3 degrees warmer here.
Later, let's turn that bad boy all the way up, and then let's add a flanger filter over. And then let's add a flanger.
Here you can see another great interface design. The part here goes into the actual knob that you want to try to edit, and then you cannot click on one of the two. So Adobe with magnificent interface design once again.
Over here.
Okay, this is too short, so I'm going to move this forward slightly.
Over here.
And then we can go back there.
We just want to start with the noise oscillator. Let's turn that bad boy all the way up, and all the way up. And let's add a flash.
I think I want this to be 200%, so this goes faster. This is again better than the time mapping that we were doing before. I want to turn that bad boy all the way up.
With the noise oscillator, let's turn that bad boy all the way up, and then that bad boy all the way.
Let's do that differently. Let's do that a little bit later. That effect. So we just cut out like a big part here. And then we go speed duration. Let's go like 300 here for a small period of time. So that the
way up and let's turn that bad boy all the way up and then all the way up. Let's turn that bad boy all the way up and then let's add a flanger filter all the way up and then let's add a flanger filter over here. Make sure that the noise oscillator is selected over here. That will also turn on the filter windows so you can verify that it's working. Now let's turn up the resonance and let's set the filter cutoff.
Does that actually work?
For to start with the noise oscillator, let's turn that bad boy all the way up and then let's add a flanger filter over here. Make sure that the noise oscillator is selected over here. That will also turn on the filter windows so you can verify that it's working. Now let's turn up the resonance and let's set the filter cutoff pretty high. We'll dial in the shape for the effect that we want. Let's say that we want to make a downlifter of 8 bars and we'll assign that to the filter cutoff, to the volume over here, like this. And then we can also add a bandpass on top of this with the secondary filter that we have over here. And let's make sure that this adds a little bit more movement to it by traveling a little bit further.
This again could use a little bit of like time scaling, I guess.
On top of this with the secondary filter that we have over here. And let's make sure that this adds a little bit more movement to it by traveling a little bit further. Then for some of these parameters, we want to set up the curve a little bit, mainly for the noise level so that it doesn't go down too quickly. And then we can add a little bit of multiband compressor to bring out some of the frequencies and a little bit of delay and reverb to make it more interesting. For more sound design tutorials, make sure
Okay, this one again has no reference to my preset pack in any way, so I'm not going to use this to market. Because again, you don't want to put marketing in places where it doesn't really make sense for there to be any marketing. Noise Downlifter from Scratch is a good title. And then we move on to the next one here. This might be one where I actually talk about it being a preset, right?
Well, I'm going to turn this into a preset, so this is a little bit more controlled. If you want more information on when that preset comes out, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Deze moet voor edit.
Okay, so for some reason I left in some edit comments, I guess. Nice that I caught that. Otherwise that would have been strange. I need the full screen bit. Here and here. And now I can take this short and use that to have everything in here.
Couldn't care less, to be honest.
This is a fun one. This is one where I have a fairly crazy sound, which I always like when that happens.
I think high-tech producers are going to love this kind of stuff. Maybe an extra pitch effect or something like that. Starting to become interesting, I think. Well, I'm going to turn this into a preset, so this is a little bit more controlled. If you want more information on when that preset comes out, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Okay, that looks good. This is... What title do we have here again?
You want to know some of the weirdest ways the
I cannot put question marks in here because that doesn't work in Windows files. And this needs to export to a Windows file, and otherwise it just shits the bed and doesn't work. Like, it actually just does not render out the video if you want to do that.
I think this fill over here is a little bit too empty. Especially towards the end here, so maybe an FM synth there would be really cool.
I think I'm going to do a little zoom here.
Especially towards the end here, so maybe an FM synth there would be nice. The end here, so maybe an FM synth there would be really cool.
Okay, and then we put Serum right here.
Just taken the first tone from my tones pack, which is currently on sale.
Here we have to advertise, of course. I closed out of the thing that has... Yeah, we want to keep that one. Okay, let's get our advertisement. That's not going to fit in here, I guess. So we can just shorten. I selected everything, so I would like to shorten everything. Thank you very much. Why would you do that? Everything was selected. I don't know. Okay, again, it makes it more difficult. What? I copied over this whole thing. I want that there. And then this goes back down.
My tones pack, which is currently on sale.
We want it from over here, I guess, which is currently on sale. Is that too short? We can do it like here.
Which is currently on sale. And that's already a nice FM sound. Let's make it a little bit more interesting by using two voices and a little bit of detune. And then in terms of a rhythm for this, I'm going for something simple that sounds like this. What could be cool is having this sound reverse into itself. So I'm going to make another version of this sound over here. I've just duplicated the
Okay, that can still stay in there.
sound over, and all we have to do is extend the MIDI clip into here.
I think I want to just cut here and then go to the part where I actually make the note longer.
And then just one. And then just make one long MIDI. And then just make one long MIDI note. For the reversing, we'll set up a macro that is going to be tied to both the volume as well as a low pass filter over here. And then let's dial in the macro maybe something like...
Okay, here again we just go to 200 like we had over here.
Sound reverse.
This is one of those where there's a lot of cuts and a lot of different jumps around and stuff like that. But it's all basically contained by the clips itself, so there's not a lot of keyframing happening, which is very nice.
And then let's dial in the macro maybe something like this.
Of course, we want that to stay similar.
And then let's dial in the macro maybe something like this. That sounds cool, but
here, as you can see, we need to align the playback.
that sounds cool, but a little bit of processing would be nice. So I've grouped the two sounds together. And now we can start off with a little bit of stereo processing, which I'm going to do with M Stereo Processor. And finally, I've added a slight bit of reverb through M Turbo Reverb. And now we get something
Here on the loading screen, that is information that is not needed. So I'm going to scroll forwards until I have mStereo Processor in here and I'm actually playing with it.
Processing, which I'm going to do with mStereo Processor. And finally, I've added a slight bit of reverb through mTurbo Reverb, and now we get something that sounds like this.
Why is the playback happening here already? I guess I'll leave that like that. Okay, cool. Okay, nice. We're not making a huge amount of progress today in terms of how fast I'm editing. To be honest, I am faster now, but I feel like the one that we did before was just took so long that it doesn't really show. Like, I'm faster when I edit on stream as opposed to editing off stream, because I tend to get distracted and whatnot. In this one, I knew that I wanted to have the vocal a little bit earlier here.
I've just hooked a massive fish.
Which I can do, so that I can use the zoom that is happening here to zoom into myself. So we need this to be as forward as possible.
I've just hooked a massive fish.
Okay, and then from here I can zoom into myself.
And I've just created this synth patch over here.
How am I going to do that? I'm going to do that by, again, using a adjustment layer on this little bit here. And we should be able to transform with the distort. I guess from here we can move this back so that my speaking really starts, yeah, right here. Okay. And now we just make like a small transition that zooms in on me in an interesting way. I think there's ways that you can double stuff up, right? What happens if I just do this?
And I've just created...
Is this cool?
Fish.
And I've just created this synth patch over here.
Or do I want to, like, zoom into myself from very far away? That could be cool. So we get a scale of, like, 2. Starting from here. And then we also want the position to change so that it starts at this, or it zooms into the same point, which is like right there. Oh, now it's really far. That's kind of funny. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Apparently. Ah, it's the anchor points that I'm messing with. Okay, yeah, no. We want this from here. Ah, that's why. Aha. Does the opacity work, by the way? Oh, yes, it does. That's nice. Okay, so opacity, we're also going to zoom in all the way here. And then I think I'm going to have this sit on the same point as well.
And I've just created this synth patch over
fish,
and I've just created this synth patch over here.
This is kind of a good transition. I like it.
fish,
And I've just created this synth patch over here.
Sometimes you have to be a little bit creative with the actual transitions that you use in out of the the short that's in here.
I've just hooked a massive fish.
And I've just created this synth patch over here.
That's a good one. I like that. And this should be an easy one as well.
The idea revolves around this synth,
This is just an explainer.
which adds a lot of space to the sound, because otherwise it would sound pretty boring. For more sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
And I think I want to have a promo for the sale here.
Because otherwise it would sound pretty boring. For more
Oh, I need to find the one that is just in the center. Which was 11? Yes, okay. So here I have to take the motion of this one on here, so that it's nice and neat in the center.
it would sound pretty boring. For more sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Here, this is one of those parts that I talked about before. Now I can finally talk about it. This is one of those parts where I misspeak. I say tips and ticks or something like that. It almost sounds like it.
For more sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
It's not clear that I say tricks. But of course, this is my outro, which I say like every other short, so people that are regulars of the channel will know. But it does mean that people that stumble upon this video may not subscribe because they may not understand what I'm saying. And in the moment that you hear like tips and ticks, your brain may start to process that and then not process the subscribe part, which is the thing that I actually want them to do. Right? So that is very annoying. If that were the case. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. Like, I don't know psychology and linguistics and whatnot enough to say if this is a real problem. But these are indeed the moments where you're like, damn, if I only recorded one more take of this and it would have been perfect. I just got a massive synth. Okay. We can't close out of that because this has the movement or the add the way that I wanted to if there's no other text needed.
The lead sounds for the preset pack that I'm currently working on are...
Here we can immediately put an add at the very beginning. Good job. This is great marketing, Projector.
The lead sounds for the preset pack that I'm currently working on are supposed to be melodic, and one of the ways that I keep them interesting is using a little bit of glide. So let's that I'm currently working on are supposed to be melodic, and one of the ways that I keep them interesting is
So here we make sure that that fades out nicely so that it transitions cleanly.
melodic, and one of the ways that I keep them interesting is using a little bit of glide. So let's implement the gliding lead over here by setting this to mono, legato, and turning up the portamento. As you can probably hear from my playing, I need some music theory tips and tricks, but if you want some sound design tips and tricks...
This is a fun phrase. I also like that.
As you can probably hear from my playing, I need some music theory tips and tricks, but if you want some sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Today is a slow stream, isn't it? It's good that I'm going on vacation tomorrow, because for one, it puts a lot of pressure on me, which I like. I like working under pressure. I like having a deadline set for all of the things that I want to do, and really being forced to say it like, okay, in the next X amount of time, you have to do this and that in order that you can go on vacation and feel good about yourself. And the second thing is that if you then go on something like a vacation or a break or something like that, it takes all of the pressure off and you really feel like you have deserved what you're doing. I sometimes have my moments where, like for a couple of days, I get hooked on a video game or I get stuck in a single production or something like that, and it feels like I'm not really that productive, like I'm not actually working on the stuff that, you know, makes me my income. And that becomes annoying because it after those 2-3 days you feel so unproductive that you kind of have to force yourself back into it, and that never really works out for me. Like, I don't work nicely or in a nice way whenever that happens. But when I am forced to finish this task, and these 4 more things before I can actually go and go on vacation and feel good about myself, it puts that pressure behind me that I need in order to actually finish the things that I want to finish. And nothing feels better than sitting on like the train back to my parents or wherever I'm going now on the vacation, which is Verona. I'm going to go to Verona for a day, and then I go with my parents to see an opera in the famous Verona arena. And then I go back to their house for a couple of days, and then I go to WoW Festival. So I still have a very busy vacation, but at least for that moment that you then sit on the train and you're actually going away from your home, it feels really good that you're like, okay, I've done everything that I wanted to do. All of the things that need to come out in the time that I'm away are scheduled. They're all prepared. I can just leave. I don't have to worry about anything. And then you know that you can come back and you can pick up the pace again and you can start working again. That's really nice. That's also how I do my videos. I film 5 videos at the time, and then I edit them all at the time, and that takes me like 2 days, and then I have like more than a week of content. And then so those are the 2 days where I really have to force myself to work hard through the edits and that kind of stuff. And it usually happens when the last video came out. So I build up a lot of ideas for videos and that kind of stuff. I do all of the research beforehand, and then say like the day before or the day of the final video that is currently scheduled on the channel goes out, I record all of the videos that then come out for, say, the next week or something like that. So the next 4 or 5 videos, week and a half, I should say. And then I edit them really quickly, that all of that pressure is behind me because I need to finish them tomorrow so that I can schedule them the day after and the post can already go out and it doesn't mess up my upload schedule. And that's really the best way for me to get the edits done as fast as possible, because if I don't have that pressure, it takes me 4 times as long to edit the videos. It takes me 2 times as long to sit myself down and press the record button and start recording the things that I need to record. It takes me 4 times as long to make all of the thumbnails and write all of the descriptions and write all of the chapters and all of that stuff that I need to do for the posting and whatnot. All of that takes a lot longer if there's no pressure behind it. So I personally like working under pressure more like that than being too far at like forward. that I relax myself, because then I don't get any work done. It's kind of like a strange cycle between relaxing on one hand and then working again on another hand. Right? There's some days that I just do nothing, but that is because I've stressed for so long the days before that I have like one day where I just don't really have any immediate work that I need to do. And those are the moments that I get to relax a little bit even when I'm at home, but mainly for stuff like vacations and stuff like that. I've had all of the pressure before the vacation. I have had the pressure up until the moment that I probably like step on the train and actually leave. And then there's that moment of just, now I can relax. Now I can just sit down and for the next week do the things that I just want to do, and I can be with my parents and my sister, and I can go to the festival and have a nice time there. I also don't have to worry about anything going wrong and whatnot, because as you can imagine, I then double check everything. Like recently I had a video release at midnight because of an issue with the scheduling, something that I set up wrong in terms of the settings of the time where it needs to go out. So it didn't go out the moment that I wanted it to. Those things don't tend to happen when I have like when I'm not here. If I schedule something for when I leave, I always double check those things and I look over it again. But whenever I'm just relaxing and I don't have any like pressure on me, those things just slip through the cracks. So for me, I like being under pressure.
The lead sounds for the preset pack that I'm currently working on are supposed to be melodic, and one of the ways that I keep them interesting is using a little bit of glide. So let's implement the gliding lead over here.
Okay. We are now officially halfway done with the shorts that I need to do for today. That took almost 3 hours. Again, one of the shorts took much longer than I wanted it to, because of the complex editing that I had to do there. But still, just goes to show how long it takes to make content like this. This one here. Did I mess something up there? I don't think so. Okay, cool.
I wouldn't notice, nor would I care, to be honest. You see, I spend most of my time working on small details in my track. In this case, I'm also doing that, and I'm working on a one shot currently. So in terms of the sound, maybe something like this. No, that's not it. Something like that would be interesting. 2 voices of unison. Maybe let's go with 3 so that we get a little bit more mono stability. And I will add a little bit of distortion. And we'll also add a little bit of pitch click by setting up an envelope that looks like this. We'll assign that to the pitch over here. And now we have some cool plucky synths over here. As you can hear, just a small detail to make the track a little bit more
Okay, this does not need any marketing, but this does need a full screen at the end here. This is...
If every girl on earth...
Does she say what would happen?
What would happen if...
Yes. This may be a too long title, but I'll figure that out in the upload. Because the title is the least important part of the short when it comes to the actual title that you put in there. For me, it's important that the smiley faces are there so that people know, like if they see the 3 smiley faces, they know not to immediately scroll away. And so that needs to be clear in the middle, and there's a certain character limit for that to happen. And this may be a little bit on the long side for it to not show up neatly in the middle where I want it to be. And then the other thing is, of course, I want to have enough space to add the hashtags into it so that my stuff gets pushed out to those categories.
Alright, in terms of sidewind sound.
Do I move it here?
Alright, in terms...
I hate when I do this. We can probably fix this case because it's just a few frames. So I can just offset this a little bit from where I want it to be.
Alright, in terms of sidewind sound.
But I sometimes do this in the middle of the recording. While I'm actually explaining it, I move a plugin window, which means that I cannot have the plugin window neatly in like the view like we have over here now, like this. In this case, there's like a little dot up there, so I'm going to go down here. I am very annoyed that now this text is here. It's the only other thing on the screen. Not that it matters too much.
Sounds that you can make. You're just going to have a low pass filter with quite a lot of resonance, and then we're going to set this to we're going to set this to a lot of resonance, and then we're going to set this to not on random here as the modulation for the filter cutoff. We're going to enable the modulation for the filter cutoff. Not on random here as the modulation.
Okay, and then here we want to move back to this one over here. Hi, it's hot today. It is indeed hot today. Not here. Not too much in Italy. At least if I have to trust my air conditioning thermometer, it looks lower than it usually is in terms of the temperature it would normally be in this apartment if it was hotter. What is happening? I'm editing videos. I'm editing shorts because tomorrow I go on vacation. So I wanted to... The only reason why I'm live right now is so that the title is in everybody's inbox and everybody gets like an extra notification of my sale starting today. So yeah, that's the only reason why I'm here. I have to edit, so I have like actual work to do. Otherwise, of course, I would be like producing or something, doing something more interesting. I know this stream isn't too interesting, but I'm just here for promotion.
Not on random here as the modulation for the filter.
I'm gonna be that
to enable the
very honest.
phaser, set the depth all the way down, and set the frequency also a little bit low.
Of course, I'm also here to chat if you want to chat and stuff like that. Feel free to do so. I'll look over every once in a while to the chat if there's any new messages. I'm not like trying to ignore you in that kind of way. I have things to do that I would normally not do on stream.
Lower. Again, we're going to use not on random, but this case we're going to use the other one. We'll set both of these modulations a little bit lower so that we get something like this. That's interesting. Let's turn this to 2 voices of unison and set the detune a little bit lower. That's cool. Let's remove the lowest frequencies that we don't need from this.
Here we can zoom in so that I can show which effect I'm using.
That's cool. Let's remove the lowest frequencies that we don't need from this.
I think I can take this position and morph here. 27 degrees here. I'm interested in your new pack. Thanks for sharing your wisdom. Learns a lot. It's also 27 degrees here, and I've had my AC running for the whole day. So outside the apartment, it's a lot warmer. If you go into the stairwell, I think it will be like 10 degrees more than inside of my apartment. Like you can really notice that. Also, if I go to my kitchen on the other side, on that side of the stairwell. So it's this room over here. There's a stairwell which has like a glass ceiling, so it gets incredibly warm in there. And then on the other side of that, there's where I sleep and where I have my kitchen and stuff like that. That is now also very warm because my apartment is split in 2. And the AC currently is only running in this side. So it's probably like 35 maybe in the other side of my apartment. And in the stairwell, it's even hotter still because there it has the glass ceiling. But now I think the sun is just gone down, so it should start to cool down. And then I can turn on the AC for half an hour. And then the temperature would be low enough for me to like sleep in the other room and whatnot. It's not like it's an issue how warm it is, but whenever I am in a certain room during the day, I have to always have the AC on in that room. So I'm spending a little bit more on electricity and whatnot. Here we seem to have some playback discrepancies that we can change. Where does it stop playing? Right about here. So we can move that to there.
But I'm also
I didn't check how much that was. From here to here is 22 frames. Okay, so then this can go 22 frames and this can go 22 frames.
delay.
Oh no, we want to zoom in on the thing here, on the EQ.
What I'm also going to do,
From here, we're going to move to the sound again. And then I want to copy this over and probably stay zoomed in for the next scene here.
this filter in over time. That's cool. Let's add.
Or I guess not.
That's cool. That's cool. Let's add an echo over here, just for a little bit of delay. For a little bit.
I want the echo to be here, but I don't want it to actually play, so...
Just for a little bit of delay.
I like that it comes in with the delay part. That's cool.
Here. Just for a little bit of delay.
Nice.
Delay. And finally, with a slight reverb in the context of the track, we get something that sounds like this.
Cool. Here I got 63 RHM. This makes it hot. I don't know what you mean by RHM. I bought the new Serum Pack even if I am 24 days in summer vacation out of my studio. Nice, nice. Thank you. I used the summer code. It's cool price. Yeah, it's 30% off. Not just the pack, it's 30% off anything. So if there were other products that you were on like the fence on and you said like maybe this is a little bit too expensive for me right now is maybe a good time for it to check it. Or if there were products that you were eyeing but haven't purchased yet for other reasons, I don't know, then now is maybe a better time to do that. For high quality presets, it's a perfect price. Yeah, exactly. I think $25 for the amount of time that I put into that thing is pretty decent. You can always choose to pay more if you want to. But I think like $25 for a preset pack that contains 100 presets, that is decent enough. I have all of them. Oh, then I don't have to encourage you anymore. Thank you. So this is simple sidetrans particles. There we go. Next one. Do I want to do an advertisement in here? I mean, I have the space for it. And it would come in nicely here. On the actual sound. That's cool. Wait. I predicted exactly where I needed to paste it. That's never happened before. That's perfect. Very nice. You guys get a little bit of a behind the scenes today, as you can see.
This is an 18th century women's self-defense pistol.
And this is a synth patch that I recently created.
Okay, here we want to 110 and then put this like so. And I think this is one of those that just happens only inside of Serum.
Distortion. And then to round off the patch, we have a little bit of delay and reverb, and that is how you get that sound.
This is
Perfect. Nothing more to do. Did I mention
This is a
preset?
synth patch that I recently created.
This is a synth patch. Let's keep it like that. Because I don't mention this being a preset, but this is one of the presets from the pack.
As you
Really cool, like vowely distorted stuff. I like it.
plug sounds are very, very simple to
Okay, let's go like that. And let's move this
create.
in.
All you have to do is take envelope 2
Everywhere.
over here inside of Serum and make it plucky, and then assign that to some modulation. Now, in all seriousness, in order to make this a little bit more interesting, we'll turn up the amount of voices that it have and turn down the detune. We can also add.
Here's another example of me misspeaking and not having a second take. I wish that I set a version of this with hash, but also if you're in the moment here, I cannot really go back and like undo all of the things that I do in this take, right? You can see the difference between the patch here and here. Like there's an extra oscillator, I add extra detune, I add extra voices to all of that stuff. Setting that back to the exact settings that you had before in order to do another take is not really, there's no easy way to do that. Like for every take you would then need to make like a screenshot or something like that, and you would be able to recall it if you're not happy with the take. And another thing is, most of the time I don't even catch myself misspeaking or getting a bad take like this. So 1 in 4 of my shorts just have me misspeaking in a way, which is annoying, but there's not really much that I can do against that. There was one short today where I actually re-recorded a segment. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here. Here you can see I have actually re-recorded the segment. So this is a different recording. As you can see, the lighting is like slightly different between here and here. Right? Do you see the changes? You can see the changes in lighting. This was recorded during the day, and this is recorded during the night. So you can see there is no bleeding from the light coming from where the window is, or where the glass ceiling is. There always bleeds a little bit of light through there if it's daytime, which you can see makes me slightly brighter. In the next apartment, I will have the luxury of being in full control over the lighting there. So I won't have these kind of issues. So that is nice. It was actually the next short that we're going to work on, actually. So I would be able to do more re-recordings and stuff like that and make it look better in general if I need to. It happens very rarely, though, that I misspeak to such an extent that I actually decide, like, oh, I have to re-record it. But in this case, I think I misunderstood what the intro was saying.
Ships for centuries have been waterproofed.
Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't? You would see a ship launch and then suddenly you would hear. And then it would be gone. Anyway,
This is a funny joke. I do like the joke that I'm making here. So I wanted this joke to come across, right? Even now.
Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't? You would see.
It would be better if I say, can you imagine that they didn't waterproof them? Maybe I should re-record this again. Maybe I should have a third recording for the joke to really land. I mean, I do have the time to make this a little bit longer, this short. I might think about that. I don't think I can record and stream at the same time. Can I? I can record my microphone for sure. But of course I need my microphone and... Can I record now? If I hit press... I'm going to try to press start recording on the OBS that I'm using to stream. The stream may just die. I am currently also recording. And now I stop recording again. Huh. Did that work? Yeah. Okay, cool. Delete that. Don't need that anymore. Okay, I can do another take of this. I'll do that after I finish editing this one.
So in all seriousness, in order to make this a little bit more interesting,
Now I also am going to be able to match the lighting then.
we'll turn up the amount of voices that it have and turn down the detune. We can also add
I'm not re-recording
an
this.
octave higher by doing something like this. Let's add a hyper dimension over here and let's turn this dimension up and the hyper down. And let's take the envelope 2 over here and add it to the hyper as well. Let's add the compressor to bring out some of the frequencies. And just like with any patch, the delay and reverb is really going to make this kind of stuff interesting.
I am going to cut out the low bass thingy that the Serum delay does at the beginning.
For more sound design tips and tricks,
Here again, I'm not entirely happy with how I say tips and tricks there. I have the tendency for some of those phrases that I say often and over again to sometimes like blur it out. And it's almost like I'm putting reverb on the grammar that or on the actual letters that I'm saying out. Not of course on the actual voice, but as in like reverb on the audio, but it's almost like there's a reverb in my brain that is just smoothing everything out and then it just comes out as like something like that. So yeah, this is basic plugs, right?
sounds are very
Simple plugs in Serum. Okay. And then I'm going to re-record this again. So my line would be...
Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't? You would see...
Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would see it...
Can you imagine if they didn't? You would see a ship launch and then suddenly you would hear...
Wait. You would see one be launched. And here... Okay, I think I can do that. Let me go full screen. This off. I clap for synchronization. Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would see one be launched and here. Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would see one launched and here. Nee, you would see one be launched and here. This is going to take a while. Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? That is actually the line. Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would hear one launch. You would see one launch. You would see one be launched and here. You would see one be launched and here. Yeah, can you imagine? Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would see one be launched and you would hear. You would just see one be. Nee. I don't like the and you would hear. end here is better. It's faster. It gets to the joke faster. Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would see... Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would see one be launched and here. That's it. There it is. I already have it. It often takes much longer for the takes that actually end up being like the joke response and stuff like that. Those take sometimes like 10 takes before I'm actually happy with it. There's another behind the scenes for you guys. I am going to export that vocal take. This is the 4th voice recording that I do here. And then I go to... does this show any... No? I can show this too as well. Another little behind the screen. This is Enhanced Speech by Adobe Podcast. This is one of the few reasons why I still pay for Adobe. It's because I need this stuff. This is their AI enhancement tool that I use to enhance my vocals. So we go from the recording that you just heard, which on my stream is a little bit processed in a different way, but as you can hear, the difference between the voice that I have when I'm streaming in terms of just quality versus what this thing can do, plus the processing that I'll put on it later inside of the editing tool as well. It's like night and day, right? So now I need to go in here and in here, and I need to move that camera recording around. Okay, so we get the camera, there it is, and our speech enhancement has also worked, which means we can download the speech. And we can put that side by side. And now we can line it up properly. Okay, so this should be on track 6. And then what I want to do is I want to get my vocal and camera processing. You can see here, this is the camera that I have now in terms of lighting. Let me first put on this. This is the lighting that I have. What a freeze frame.
Yeah,
okay, so that's a good take. This is the updated version. So this is how I like color correct everything. It just makes everything more vibrant and stand out more. So that is good. We have vocal processing here. I need to align here with the claps. So 1, 2, yeah, 3 frames here. Let me render this out first. And then I need to plus 60 be it after, right? I want volume on here and then add 6 dB here, and then I render it out because that way it gets in the waveform. And now, yes, I align everything like that. So this means that I know that my speech is aligned. I can unlink that. I can take the take that I'm happy with, which was this one over here.
Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would see one be launched and here. You would see one be launched and here.
I'm not super clear here.
Ship launch and then suddenly you would hear. You'd see a ship launch and then suddenly you would hear. You would see a ship. You would see a ship launch and then. You would see a ship launch and then suddenly you would hear.
I really don't want to do another take, but I'm thinking of doing it another version of that. These kind of things really need to hit well.
Can you imagine if they didn't? You would see.
Yeah, can you imagine that they didn't isn't good here, but if I go in this one, It's almost like now the second part of the phrase doesn't make sense.
Yeah, can you imagine if they didn't waterproof ships? You would see one be launched and here. And
Is the launched part, is that clear enough?
waterproof ships, you would see one be launched and here. And then it would be gone. Anyway, to make this sound, all that we have to do is...
I mean, I guess the joke is going to land, right? Like, it's clear that this is some kind of bubble that is coming out, and that is... The idea is that these are the bubbles of a sinking ship. Right, you know? So that is the idea. I think that joke is going to come through. So I'm not too worried about that, to be honest. I don't think I want to do another take for that, because I don't want to sit here up until like 12 o'clock editing with you guys. In fact, I might stop streaming and continue editing. How long has it been? It has been 3 hours. I can go longer with the streaming part. It's, as I said before, it's a good way to put a little bit of extra pressure on me.
Make this sound, all that we have...
Not get me distracted in any way.
For sound design tutorial, everything out with the multiband compressor, and then we remove lower frequencies and add some reverb. For more sound design tutorials, make sure that you subscribe.
I think I want to promote my sale in here. So that's what we'll do. Oh, now I cannot align them. Yeah, now they're aligned. Perfect. Okay. So this can actually stay like that and like that then. It's probably better that I...
Ships.
Waterproof synths. Okay. It's probably better that I leave this then, because these are now aligned with each other. I could link all of that kind of stuff, and that would take a lot of that kind of work out of it, keeping everything linked. But I like being able to move everything independently. That's also why all of the vocals are unlinked from their recording. As you can see, like even in here, it allows me to quickly change that, right? What we saw before. Like even in this case, it's technically already playing earlier here. So if I want to, I could line this up with the right channel starting to play. Not that it matters much. This isn't a detail that people are going to care about.
And then it would be gone. Anyway, to make this sound...
But yeah, that would be impossible to do if you link it with the audio, because it would also move the audio together. So I keep everything unlinked whenever I'm editing. Yeah, so number 22 here. This looks like a fairly mundane, simple short.
So I have this cool effect sound over here. Which, spoiler alert, is just...
This... I did that in multiple takes, so that should be okay. This shows all of the information that you need. People are so going to ask for a tutorial for this effect.
The part of my track in the sampler looping around with the pitch bend moving.
Even though I explained exactly what this effect needs. It's literally just put the recording of the track in the sampler and turn up the pitch over time. That's it. That's the whole effect. And then of course extra automations to enhance that idea. But the starting point is just have the track loop and then turn up its pitch over time.
Moving up over time, but it doesn't really transition in there 100% the way that I want it to. So what I'm going to do is
I would like to keep this maybe as one scene.
over time, but it doesn't really transition in there wanted to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find another atmosphere that I already have in another part of the track, and let's just go.
This is very strange to be on the side here.
Atmosphere that I already have in another part of the track, and let's just copy that over and paste it right here. And now you can hear we have this kind of
I can already predict I'm going to get so many comments from people asking how I actually did this, if I can do a tutorial on that. I think I already did a short on this. And even there I got comments like, can you do a full tutorial? Can you do a step-by-step? I understand for people that are like very beginners that these kind of concepts are very foreign to them. But even from some people that I know have been producing for at least a couple of years, like you should be able to hear what this is, right? You can just hear that this is a loop of some part. In this case, it's like an 8-bar loop of the track, and you can hear that it's just something that is pitching up, right? Like, is that hard to hear? Am I wrong there? Is it hard to understand what is actually happening in that effect? I'm going to call this combining flows and sidetones, because here I explain like...
And now you can hear we have this kind of opposing motions, which sounds really nice. For more music production tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
That's it. It's about the opposing motions of the track. It's not even explaining really how the effect is done. It does explain it, right? As I said before. But the main idea behind the short is that I have a sound that goes up over time, which is the pitching effect that I explain here. And then later you can hear that I have the atmosphere, which is going up and down. So it goes up now. And then this atmosphere is going down, whereas the pitching thing is going up. So you have opposing motion. That's the whole thing. I think I closed one of the things that I wanted to keep open, which was this. Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't. If I was ever in a plane crash, I would just let it happen and die. Anyway,
this is my favorite. This is my favorite response, because he is like,
would you handle this emergency?
Honestly, I wouldn't.
Would you handle this emergency?
Honestly, I wouldn't. If I was ever in a plane crash, I would just let it happen and die. Anyway, when it comes to this bass line over here, one of the interesting techniques that I'm using is using a multiband plug.
I know it sounds like this short is cut, but that's not me. You can see there's no audio before it. He doesn't say how anywhere. This is the start of the short.
Would you?
It also, for some reason, starts a frame late. I would like to delete this. There we are. And then, not both of them, please. Just the audio I want to, yes, power in.
Would you handle this emergency?
Honestly, I wouldn't.
Now he says, would you handle this emergency? Which almost works better for the joke. Fortunately, you can see the how in here, so it's clear that that is the question. It doesn't really matter, to be honest.
Would you handle this emergency?
Honestly, I wouldn't. If I was ever in...
Would you handle this emergency?
Honestly, I wouldn't.
I always want these to be like slightly quieter.
Would you handle this emergency?
Honestly, I wouldn't. If I was ever in a plane crash, I would just let it happen and die.
I'm so happy when I say that I want to die. You can see me like raise my eyebrows when I talk about the possibility of death.
Just let it happen and die. Anyway, when it comes to this bass line over here, one of the interesting techniques that I'm using is using a multiband plugin to change the phase of the higher frequency.
This is actually an interesting thing that is going to come out later.
This allows you to shape the texture of the initial transient of your baseline. And in this case, as you can see, we actually have two versions of that multiband, which I'm both using for the actual phase shifting that it's doing, as well as changing the volumes of different parts of the transient. Now this is...
Okay, here I need to zoom in, I think, on the bypass.
a very small detail, but it can be an improvement to your baseline. In this case, we get a sound that sounds something like this without it. And with it, we get something a little bit nicer that sounds like this. If you want to learn much more about bass processing, make sure that you check the related video down below.
Yeah, this needs to be full screen, I think. Look how organized I am, and even color them back when I don't want to have them full screen again. It doesn't really matter, the colors that I have here. I just like having everything labeled and neatly organized. I do like having an aesthetic timeline when it comes to not just the timeline here in Premiere, but also when I'm producing. You guys may have noticed that if I go back to this short over here, you can see like a whole timeline that I have. How organized and aesthetically pleasing this is. This is almost like a rainbow of colors. It's almost like a spectrum, right? I hate it when I get sent a project by somebody else or something like that and it's just like random colors. Where's the sale code, please? The sale code is Summer Sale 24. All lower caps. This should work. That should be the code. Also, welcome to the stream, Sophist. I do realize I didn't put the code in this chat or in this title. That may have been better, but then I couldn't put in chatting stream, and I thought that if I didn't put that in there, nobody would have watched this. Right? Because it's already like, hey, he's doing some editing. I'm not going to watch that, but now that it's like chatting, you do have permission. Or I guess it would be more inviting for you to chat in this stream, and therefore you may want to join it. I don't know. I should have put it in there. That would have been better, maybe. If I change it now, it doesn't actually update the title on the replay. So it doesn't matter anymore.
If you want to learn much more about bass processing, make sure that you check.
So this is 23 here. How would you process this bass? Again, that will need a question mark when I upload it, but I cannot do that now because that would make it so that it cannot read or write that to a file and it would just crash and die. Here I'm going to need to up the volume probably because these are very quiet things.
Get sparkles that...
This is actually interesting. This kept the order of recording for all of the mixing that we did at the beginning of the stream. We mix all of the shorts up, but somehow these two stay together.
Sparkling sound design is a very interesting concept, but the easiest way to do it, in my opinion, is using the spectral resonator. You can basically use this technique.
I think the spectral resonator has a... No, it's more. Is it 250 then? Give me another year of editing all of these shorts the way that I do now. And I will remember all of the numbers, all of the exact numbers for all of the sizes of the different interface components of Ableton and whatnot. Spectral resonator is 240. I might never forget that.
Technique on any sound that you have. In this case, we have a sound that sounds somewhat like this. Sparkling sound design is a very interesting concept, but the easiest way to do it, in my opinion, is using the spectral resonator. You can
yeah, no, I'm going to, because this also has a...
So in the case that this is not exactly what you want, I would...
Yeah, no, I was thinking I could put the thumbnail in there for this particular one. Yeah, I can do that. I can show that as well, because that's also interesting. The way that I get the little thumbnail thingies that I do for promotion of videos. So I go, can I go in here without showing cache? No. No, I have to do it like this. I go to my channel here. And this is my channel, of course. If I go in here and I take a screenshot, it is most likely that it has that annoying red bar down below. So I don't like that. So I copy the URL, go to incognito, go here now. And now, if I go in here, you can see we don't have this. We don't have the little bar down below there. And I can just start to close out of this again. I've already taken my screenshot. And then in here, we can just cut out the little part that we need for the promotion. Just cut around the edge here. Maybe that left edge needs a little bit more. Again, I tend to be fairly precise with this kind of stuff. And now I can save that in here as... I give them titles that are easily rememberable. Like a video about sparkling sound design, I just type in sparkling. And the reason why I do that is so that if I ever have to find this thing again, I don't have to go back to the channel and make it. I can just find in the folder where I have all of the sounds, all of the videos that I've already uploaded, all of the backups and that kind of stuff. I can just search in there. So if I go into uploaded backup over here, these are all of the things that I've already uploaded a long time ago. Like this is stuff from mid 2023. And then I have even deeper storage, which are some internal hard drives, which I can add to my PC externally. Like I have a cable, like a SATA cable and power cable coming out of my PC case. And I can just attach an internal hard drive externally to my PC. And that is how I do like the most... like the older stuff is stored on actual hard drives that are now outside of my PC. So, but in this folder over here, I can always find, if I need to, again, find the sparkling stuff, I can always find that in here. And that way, all of the images that I use for the promotion, I only have to make them once or twice, usually. Because they're very easy to find. I can just type in here whatever I need. If I go like guide, I will probably find my kick and bass guide. You see? So that is one thing. I've made this once and I've copied it over so many times that it's always the same exact image. At least it should be. There's maybe like, yeah, there's two versions. There's this version over here and then I, for some reason, have a different version over here as well. This still has the old thumbnail. This still has the thumbnail with the blue lines. This one is even higher definition as well. That's interesting. Why is this not saved? Yeah, it is saved. Okay. But that's the way that I like to do the storage for those kind of things. So now I can just go in video work folder here. We have sparkling now, which I can just drag in the timeline. And then I line that up.
So in the case that this is not exactly what you want, I would invite you to watch the long format video, to watch the long format. To watch the long format. To watch the long. Watch the long format video, which is currently.
I always like to put it on somewhere like long or something like that. Sounds that kind of slides in. And then I have video promo effect short over here. Bam, there it is. And we'll go up here, grab the little, this thing, which we're just going to have sit there. And this will be...
invite you to watch the long format video, which is currently on my channel, and also in the related video down below.
And now I have a nice way of promoting the sound. Don't forget to be mindful of your posture hunched over at the computer a lot. You're right, Michelle. I am very bad at having good posture. The only thing that I do from time to time is just shove back into my chair, but I do tend to sometimes like hunch over like this, and that is really bad. I shouldn't be doing that. It's not good for you, but you know, in the moment if you're working, it's not something that you tend to think about. It would be probably a good idea for me to get a better chair, but I have other things that I would want to get first. I might end up getting one of those blue balls. I don't know if that's actually like better for you, but they seem to be a very cheap way of, at least for some people, have decent posture, and it might be an idea for me to like switch between those two. I wouldn't want to sit on like a ball like that all the time if I'm recording a video or something like that, but if I'm just editing or I have a long studio session or something like that, it would probably be better that I actually you know, have something that automatically kind of works for my posture and make sure that my posture doesn't become terrible throughout the day, because it happens when you're in the flow, right? If I'm in the flow of editing for after 5 minutes after this conversation, I'm going to forget that we ever talked about this, and I'm going to be focused on the thing that I'm currently doing, which is the edit, and I might need to like look at the detail, and then I need to look at the detail on the timeline, and before I know it, I'm again like this, right, where I'm hunched over and I actually get a bad posture. When I'm recording or when I'm streaming to a certain extent, I cannot really do that too much, because I do realize that I can get out of frame if I do that, right? Because if I again go like this, it's just my forehead. Now it should be very shiny for you guys. But you do realize, especially when you're recording, because when I'm recording I constantly look at the camera, so I always have this kind of posture. Another thing that I would like to do is have my monitor a little bit higher still. My studio monitors are at the proper height, but my main screen is like 5 centimeters below that. So that is one of the things that I'm going to change when I move to the new apartment. In this case, the reason why I did it is because I wanted to have my camera as low as possible. But I think I'm going to have it in the next apartment so that the camera is further back and it gets a wider angle of me. And then the camera doesn't need to be as low for it to look like it's on a decently same level. Because you can still see that the camera is kind of above me, but it's not noticeable that the camera right now is at this level for me. It isn't fairly noticeable because the camera is like positioned in the right way and I have it low enough that it's not entirely noticeable. If I move the camera up 5 more centimeters, I have to like look at it like this, and it looks really strange when you're recording like that. But it does help you with getting a good posture to, you know, look straight forward, as opposed to if the screen is already lower, you tend to naturally kind of low down like this, which is of course a bad thing for you. So that is it's a good thing for me to, in the new apartment, have a setup where I can still have the camera like at a nice angle, but also have the monitor up 5 more centimeters than it is now. Because you're right in that my posture over time, because the screen is slightly lower than it would ideally be, I tend to go lower and lower. But it is already an improvement from the last apartment where the screen was a lot lower still. There I really was like sitting like this all day, which is it's just bad for you. It's not good. And I at some points could also feel it in my back. If I had a very bad day with that kind of thing, I could feel it in my back at the end of the day, like, hey, I've been sitting wrong the whole day. It's not doing that well. But nowadays I don't feel that anymore. It's not that bad anymore. Here I still need to do the screen, because what do I even focus this on? I think I'm going to start by just setting this up.
Sparkling sound design is a very interesting concept, but the easiest way to do it, in my opinion, is using the spectral resonator. You can
This might be a good one for full screen. Right, I look into the camera almost...
is using the spectral resonator. You can basically use this technique on resonator. You can basically use this technique on any sound that you have. In this case, we have a sound that sounds somewhat like this. This is just a vocal pad from a production that I'm currently working on. And if we turn on the spectral resonator, set I'm currently working on, and if we turn on the spectral resonator, set it to granular mode with settings that look something like this, we'll get sparkles that sound like this. Now, as you can hear, these are very digital sounding sparkly sounds, so maybe this is not exactly what you're after. So in the case that this is not exactly what you want, I would invite you to watch the long format video, which is currently on my channel, and also in the related video down below.
Spectral sparkling sounds. I like that as a title. How many more do we need? We need to do 8 more. I'm going to take another break for like 10 minutes. This is going to be a long stream then. But yeah, I'm going to take another break for 10 minutes and I'll be back very soon with some more editing, which is not the most most exciting content. But in the meantime, there will be a track of mine with some cool visuals. So there's that. Also, of course, as I said before, there's currently a sale going on up on my Gumroad page. So if you're interested in that, code SummerSale24 will get you 30% off of all of my products, including my masterclass, the full masterclass, which is the masterclass with all of the tutorial files with that. All of the preset packs that I've ever made, all of the sample packs that I've ever made, all of the mini packs that I've ever made, all of my remix packs for my album and licenses if you want to remix one of my tracks. Yeah, basically all of my products. Just use that code at the end of checkout and you'll get 30% off of all of the things that you purchase. So yeah, if you're interested in that, go over to my Gumroad page, !products, if you want to go there out of my YouTube chat. But yeah, that's it. I hope you guys enjoy the products and I hope you guys enjoy the music as well while I take a little break.
would fulfill all your wishes, every kind of pleasure you could conceive. Then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. So in this idea then, everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality.
Alright. Just gonna continue here with the next one. I need a full screen here.
Comes to mind, to be honest. Now anyway, let's get back. No, it never comes to mind, to be honest. Now anyway, let's get back in.
It kind of looks like I'm wearing a full shirt here and then
Now anyway, let's
it doesn't. That's kind of funny.
get back into this full-on Psytrance production that I've been working on for the last couple of months. I think I want to make a one-shot in this part of the track over here. Maybe like a little squelch right in this beat over here. So squelch.
I think I want to zoom in here a little bit. Let's have the kick and bass visible here.
Here. Maybe like a little squelch right in this beat over here.
If I put that there.
So squelch is pretty...
Yes, that will work. And this can go like that. And then... Oh, I cut here, but...
Filter.
Okay, yeah, okay. I thought I made a cut there for some reason, but it didn't actually cut for some, like, two different things? It does. So we're going to use this part. I was hoping that that would be where I would click it, but I don't.
Let's, in this case, have the bandpass filter.
Yeah, so how would I transition there? I would need to make this faster.
As well as to a bandpass filter.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be quite 200. It can be 170 maybe? Yes. Can even probably go like 160 on this. 150. Okay, and now we can go back here.
As well as to a bandpass filter. That as well as to a bandpass filter. That to the pitch, as well as to a bandpass filter. Let's, in this case, have the bandpass filter go the other way than the pitch. Just an envelope will do fine here, and then we'll make it a bit louder. Let's give it 3 voices of unison, so that we get a little bit of extra stereo width, and we'll distort that a bit. Of course, we want a little bit of delay. In this case,
okay, so this is where we want to go here.
Delay. In this case, of course, we want a little bit of delay. In this case, I'm going for echo, the normal delay that comes with Ableton. Let's set this.
Here again, I should be able to just speed this up to like 500.
In this case, I'm going for
up until this part. And then I make this a lot shorter again and go back to 100. Yes. And I hope that... Okay, so I immediately start playing, which is not what I want. Does that matter? I think it doesn't. Because what I can do is in this part, transition to the point where it needs to be here. So let me set this to 250 and then find this, and I want it to be like that. Okay. So here we go. There and there.
In this case, I'm going for echo.
And we just overtake that here and here. This should now run smoothly, hopefully.
We want a little bit of delay. In this case, I'm going for echo, the normal delay that comes with Ableton. Let's set this to a beat in terms of length. And mixing it into the track, we get a sound that sounds like this.
Again, this probably needs to go forward by 22 frames. Okay, cool. And then I'll do a little dancing motion over here, I guess. Just full screen myself so that I'm vibing here.
Do you ever think about how boring it must be to not be in the Taylor Swift fandom?
No, it never comes to mind, to be honest. Now anyway, let's get back. No, it never comes to mind, to be honest. Now anyway, let's get back into this full-on Psytrance production that I've been working on for the last couple of months. I think I want to make a one-shot in this part of the track over here.
Okay.
I think I know a preset that actually works here for my latest preset pack. So this Mystic Lines preset.
I don't know, can I fit in an advertisement in here? Shall we see? Yeah, I want this one then. You paste in two things which are both selected, and then, I don't know, it just moves one. Whatever. Anyway, I want this thing here. Does that fit? It does. Cool.
Preset that actually works here for my latest preset pack. Here from here.
It would just be this part. Would this be too fast? I think.
So this Mystic Lines preset.
We can go up until here. I am back now. Do something like this. And then like that.
The works here for my latest preset pack. So this Mystic Lines preset over here sounds something like that. Actually works here for my latest preset pack. So this Mystic Lines preset over here.
Is it a good idea that I do something like this actually on these very short ones?
For my latest preset pack.
So that your attention gets drawn immediately to the text.
The works here for my latest preset pack. So this Mystic Lines preset over here sounds something like this. Maybe a bit higher in terms of the octave would be nice. Bit of ambience here.
I do like that.
Of course, a little bit of delay and reverb can go a long way, as you can hear. Maybe one octave higher. I think that works well, but I'm actually going to take the ambience from the actual preset and turn it down and just replace it with my own. That's one of the reasons why I like my pack so much, is because you can just control the delay and reverb that you want on your sounds with just one macro. So now I can add my own delay and reverb.
Or should I put the advertise? I mean, I think it's better where it is now. I think I'll keep it like that.
Yeah, that sounds cool. For more music production content, make
It's also earlier in the short, so more people will see it.
sure that you subscribe to the channel.
This is just an advertisement, so I'm going to title it that way as well. Also, full capital sometimes. I don't know if that's better or not, but sometimes I like to do like full capitalization. Sometimes I like to do a title where it's just the first letter of the phrase is capitalized. I haven't actually looked at any of the data if that actually makes a big difference, but someday I will. And from there, it should be obvious like which one is better, if any, but I doubt it makes a difference.
No thanks, I'm good.
It's strange that I have like 3 of the same in here. But these are all slightly different. These should be. Right? In terms of the shirt. Like I have 3 times the same shirt here.
So I'm good.
I'm not going to change the order anymore.
I think a cool one shot over here would be nice. I think I have a preset from that for my latest preset pack.
Here we can just copy over the thing that we just... Wait. The thing that we just did here. We can just copy over this part. And then this needs to be there.
I have a preset from that for my latest preset pack.
I still think this is too fast.
I think I have a preset from that for my latest preset pack.
Here I played twice, right? Yeah. So what I can do is I can just extend this. Is this going to be in the right spot? Yes. I think that that's the right frame. Oh yeah, because I'm lined up over here. Yeah, yeah. Perfect.
Preset from that for my latest preset pack. Work over here.
Nice. This has nothing in the background but serum. This is the way that I like it the most. But often I forget when I'm recording if I'm in the middle of something. But sometimes you get one of those where it just works, which is nice.
Something like that will probably work over here. So let's make a MIDI clip for it. And work over here. So let's make a MIDI clip for it. And the cool thing about these one shots is you just hold down one note.
Uh, 200 and we want to go.
The thing about these one shots is you just hold down one note.
I don't like that I put it a note lower and then move it up. That's unfortunate. But I guess we'll have to deal with that now. This needs to be a little bit further back.
So in terms of the MIDI clip, that's all we have.
And then here when I start talking, I will cut the audio.
So in terms of the MIDI clip, that's all we have to do. And now we just mix it into the track to get something that sounds. So in terms of
from here, we go back to this thing.
So in terms of the MIDI clip, that's all we have to do.
And then we should be able to copy this over. I'll do the like 222 frame thing again. I haven't done that everywhere, I think, but I think we should be okay in terms of where I want that to be.
For more sound design content, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Cool.
Hey, you want to see how a 7'1" guy travels and fits in an airplane?
No thanks, I'm good.
I think having a dancing part over here would be cool. Because I have exactly 4 bars, so I can do 2 bars of the project and then 2 bars of me dancing again.
I think a cool one shot over here would be nice. I think I have... I'm good. I think a cool one shot over here would be nice. I think I have a preset from that for my latest preset pack. Something like that will probably work over here. So let's make a MIDI clip for it. And the cool thing about these one shots is you just hold down one note. So in terms of the MIDI clip, that's all we have to do. And now we just mix it into the track to get something that sounds like this.
Okay, cool. I think I like that. I'm going to go to the next one here. Oh, this is going to be a very easy one.
Now here's a
This is part of the preset making project. These were the last presets that I actually made for the pack. I finished them this morning.
Very simple but interesting effect that I just made.
I recorded all of these shorts yesterday evening, late actually. Around this time, I was already recording.
This effect actually uses a few different tricks. The main one is going to be having the same LFO assigned twice to the same modulation. That allows you to take one of the responsible for the sound, which you're also controlling by this compressor over here. For more sound, now here's a fairly simple but interesting effect that I just made.
Simple sine sweeps. Another one that has like 3 S's or 3 S words. I think we had one over here too. Yeah, spectral sparkling sounds. Simple sine sweeps. It's kind of interesting that that happens like that.
I basically said that if someone plays my video on a projector...
You want to do a what with me now? You want to do a what with me? You want to do a...
Here I want to do like a slight tracking thing. Because I go like lower, I guess.
Do a what with me now? You want to do a what with me now?
It's kind of funny.
You want to do a what with me now? And
it just kind of slides
my video
with
on
me.
a projector.
You want to do a what with me now? Anyway, before you said that, I was actually working on this part of the track where I was working.
Sometimes I find these and they don't work whatsoever. These like sentences with projector or whatever, or somebody talks about a sound or something like that, and you really want to use them, but you cannot find out the joke. And this one was like on the edge, right? Because
I basically said that if someone plays my video on a projector...
You want to do a what with me now?
It kind of works if you know who I am. If you don't know who I am, this joke does not make sense. And I don't really like that. I want the jokes that I do for these intros to be for a new audience, right? People that stumble across this short in their scrolling feed and that weren't interested in sound design, have never heard of me, and they get intrigued by the joke and then they stay for the sound design. At the end of the day, that is kind of the goal with these sorts of shorts, right? That you get people hooked with a joke and then they say like, oh, that was funny, I'm going to give this guy a watch for the next 5 seconds. I'm not going to skip away immediately. And then they learn that I do interesting sound design stuff that they're actually interested in. Like that's also the reason why you want to maybe show the serum window as fast as possible so that people see what you're about, that you're about music production, right? And I guess those are the things that you have to think about when it comes to quickly getting the intro out there. And I feel like this one only works for my current audience, which is not the best tactic. You want stuff that is mainly there for people that don't already know you. Because the most people that watch your shorts aren't actually subscribed to you, because shorts get pushed out to other people a lot more just by the very nature that if you watch short YouTube for an hour, you're going to see at least 60 shorts, where you can easily see just one long format video. But for shorts, there's much bigger chance that your videos get shown to people that don't already know you, just because they get shown much more because each short is only 60 seconds long.
Released, and I'm going to go with Smashing Your Face. I was actually working on this part of the track where I was working on including a few extra one-shots. So
I don't like that I'm skipping here. I'm going to try to line up the mouse, if possible.
So I'm just going to go to my new preset pack that was recently released, and I'm going to go with Smashing Your Face in over here. Preset.
I have to do like time stretching again.
And I'm going to go with Smashing Your Face in over here.
Oh, perfect. I'm a time wizard.
So I'm just going to go to my new preset pack that was recently released, and I'm going to go with Smashing Your Face in over here.
I am going to track this, I think. Do I mention, or do I have time later? I have time over here to do the advertisement here. In this case, I'm going to track my mouse here. This is perfect. I can zoom in over here. On the mouse. Of course, this doesn't line up. Now it should, right?
So I'm just going to go to
Already the tracking is not going to work.
go to my new preset pack.
Maybe not exactly, but
recently released, and I'm going to go with Smashing Your Face in over here. This is the pack that was recently released, and I'm going to go with Smashing Your Face in over here. This is including a few extra one-shots. So I'm just going to go to my new preset pack that was recently released, and I'm going to go with Smashing Your Face in over here. This is, as the preset name suggests, a very aggressive sound, I would say. Maybe a little bit lower in terms of octave. That's nice, but we can make it a lot grittier with the grid knob over here. And we can add some more extra cool effects like this. And I'm sure a sound like this will work really well in terms of having a one-shot in here.
Okay, here again I have to do the 22 frames thing. And then I can just put in the simple version of the advertisement. I can actually make this a little bit longer here.
For more music.
And then finally the full screen. We're so close to being done. I'm so tired of editing. I still have to do long format videos as well after this. I have 4 more long format videos that I have to finalize the edit from. They have been cut, so that is a lot less work than the shorts that we're doing now. Or at least like in total amount. I guess one short in terms of length is, or I guess it would be like 2 shorts is the same length in the finalizing process as one long format video, which sounds strange, but in the shorts I have to do all of the movement of the screen and stuff, whereas in the long format video I just show the whole screen the whole time. I used to do from time to time like those zooms and whatnot, and the videos that I'm doing that for are the ones that currently I do them only for videos where I have like a clear long section where I'm focused on a small part. But most of the videos that I make nowadays shoot from place to place. Like I'm sometimes talking about arrangement of a sound, and I'm sometimes talking about the media of a sound, and I'm sometimes talking about the processing, and I'm sometimes talking about the plugin. So I really don't want to sit there and move the window too much, because I think it would be too much if I do it like that. But for shorts, that is kind of what you want, because you want like faster attention span editing. Right? Editing is what I wanted to say there, I guess. You can really hear that I've been editing for 4 hours now. Anyway, what do we call this?
I basically said that.
Again, no question mark, because otherwise it crashes the rendering of this. This we no longer need. And we can go in here. Now we no longer have the ones with the funny intro, so edit-wise it should be a little bit faster, because these tend to be easier on the edit as well.
We're going to create a cool trick that you can use to make some parts of your track a little bit more interesting using a tonal snare is something like this. We're going to create an audio track just under our snare over.
This one is an exception. I know for a fact that this one is a little bit more intense, I think, in terms of the amount of editing that I have to do. We'll see, maybe not.
Audio track just under our snare over here, and then as our input.
Yeah, I'm going to move this up so that it's already a little bit higher, and then this one is going to be 200. You see? I told you.
And then as our input will scroll up until we find the track that our snare is on. In this case, we have a group for. And as our input will scroll up until we find the track that our snare is on. In this case, we have a group for them. Then make sure that it's set to input over here so that it's always listening to that track. And now we can start applying effects to the. this track over here to make the snare a little bit more interesting. In this case,
oh, this is nice. Cut. That actually works. In here, I want this to be slightly slower so that we cannot see me turning on the solo. I have, as I said, time bending powers here.
Input over here so that it's always listening to that track.
I also like how it lines up now here.
Then make sure that it's set to input over here so that it's always listening to that track. And now we can start applying effects to this track over here to make the snare a little bit more interesting. In this case, what I'm going to do is add an EQ. And around the key of our track, we just want to start filtering out the little part of the snare. So let's get... part of the snare. Out the little part of the snare. So let's get that over there and then have a low pass filter there as well. Let's look at the filter there as well.
Here again, we have issues with it sometimes not being able to go here. Now we need to go to 250.
Well, let's set this a little bit steeper so that we really just get that.
Okay, so that needs to happen a little bit earlier, preferably. Like here.
Have a low pass filter there as well. Let's set this a little.
And now we go back here.
Set this a little bit steeper so that we really just get that part over there.
I like this. I like this edit that I got over here. That was a good one.
Turn up the Q a little bit more. We can maybe slightly set.
Here again, we're going to have a zoom in on this, and I want this to be a little bit longer into.
We can maybe slightly saturate this as well to make it a little bit more interesting.
Slightly lower on this, both here and here.
And then what we can do is also add a utility. We'll set the gain on this utility to -infinity so that we can turn it off and on to turn off and on the effect. And in this case, I just have one section where I want the effect, so I'll turn it off for that part and then on for the rest of the track.
Cool. I like that. This is one of those shorts where I really just explain an entire trick, like from start to finish. It is rare that you get to do that in a short because the time is so limited, right? In this case, it's nice that I'm able to take these small little details from time to time and just explain the whole thing, as opposed to showing like, hey, here's a patch that I started working on, which is already half sound designed, and then explaining like half a trick in there, and then skipping ahead even more, and then here's everything with the macros engaged and whatnot. I do see that I need to go slightly to the left here.
A cool trick that you can use.
Nice. But shorts like these are really nice because it's completely self-contained. There's nothing in here that There's nothing in here that isn't like hidden about the trick, in the sense that I don't cut out any information that is needed to understand the trick. And the only thing that I guess is annoying is that the preview of it is very short. It's enough to get the idea, but the snare itself, even in here, is actually cut off a little bit. So I need to make this a bit longer until we get to the next kick over there for the rhythm to work. That's better. There we are. What do we have here? This is a...
All right, so I think a little bit of a transition one shot over here would be nice. So I'm going to make a MIDI clip for that. And I'm going to set up a note already. I'm going to set up a note already. Let's load that by 3 octaves so that we're in the sub bass. By 3 octaves so that... All right, so I think a little bit of a transition one shot over here would be nice. So I'm going to make a MIDI clip for that. And I'm going to set up a note already. Let's lower that by 3 octaves so that we're in the sub bass register.
Okay, I think that will work. We'll go a little bit higher here.
All right, so I think a little bit of a transition one shot over here would be nice. So I'm going to make a MIDI clip for that. And
we get exactly a transition in the part where I stop speaking here. That is amazing.
And I'm going to set up a note already.
Here again, it's really working out. Bending the time here. Does this... This almost works. It needs to be a little bit faster because it just goes out of screen, the cursor there. That's the whole point. If you want these kind of animations to work,
Ready? Let's lower that.
You want the cursor to theoretically always stay in the same spot, but that is really hard to do with the movement that we're doing, especially if it's so fast as I work in these kind of things.
Ready? Let's lower that by 3 octaves so that we're in the sub bass register. Let's lower that by 3 octaves. Let's lower that.
This is the part where I actually lower it. Right?
That's by 3 octaves so that we're in the sub bass register. In this case, I think I'm going to set up a note already. Let's lower that by 3 octaves so that we're...
Why is there...
by 3 octaves so that we're in the sub bass register. In this case already, let's lower that by 3 octaves.
Here we need a little bit of time bending. This needs to go 200. This thing can go in here, and then this can go here.
Set up a note already. Let's lower that by 3 octaves so that we're in the sub bass register. In this...
I think that's understandable. I'm starting to get the hang of how I am able to manipulate time for things to line up with when I explain them. And I think that's going to, at least I hope that that's going to help make my shorts way more understandable. Here we want to do a little position thing.
Through a band pass. So that we get that nice click out of there. If we put it through a bandpass with a lot of resonance. And what we'll do is add 2 voices of unison, something like that, and we'll slightly offset the pan over here in the filter. And now we can do something like this, where we...
Okay, cool. Here we can zoom in. I think I already set up the timing for this particular clip here, because I
And now we
noticed
can do
this.
something like this, where we just turn it up for the part that we want to transition, and then we'll add a little bit of delay and
Because I already noticed this being wrong. I'm going to set this up like that so we can see everything there.
As you can hear though, there's some very nasty lower mids in there, so we're going to remove that.
I again want to zoom in on the fact that I'm using
That with an EQ, and then
8 over here.
in the context of the track, you get something that sounds like this. All right.
Cool. I like it. I also like how it closes at the end with the other sound that I made before, the almost like snarey synth sound. Okay, and then we are in the last one over here.
In my upcoming preset pack, I'm making a few patches that I'm calling machines.
Here, of course, we already are going to be able to put the advertisement thingy, which I believe we had somewhere over here.
Upcoming preset pack. I'm making a few patches that I'm calling machines. These are infinite. Pack, I'm making a few patches that I'm calling machines. These are infinite tone generators, something like this.
This one does need to go earlier because this would release on the 26th, which would be okay. So this needs to be here, and then this one can go back here. This is going to be, can I edit the name or the number please? 32. And then short 32 is going to be 24. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 31, and 32. Okay.
And the idea that once this patch is done, you can use it to resample sounds that you can then use in the track. In this case, this is made with a very cool trick in that we're using the formant filter over here. And the main parameter that we're modulating is the formants. In this case, formants. In this case, we're modulating it actually with the noise oscillator. Actually with the noise oscillator, and then we're all.
Wait. Yeah, I wanted to copy this. Why did that not paste?
Oscillator, and then we're altering the pitch of the noise oscillator over here. The noise oscillator is just loaded with a triangle shape that we can see over here. And then there's some other modulations as well. What you mainly see is then using a lot of randomness. Of course, if you want to generate random sounds, you want to use a lot of randomness. So that is why that is used. And something that you can do in your sound design as well is using some of these patches to generate random sounds and then resample them until you find the sound that you're actually looking for. That way you don't necessarily have to be inspired for the sounds that you're creating. And you can let the patch do all of the work for you. For more sound design tips and tricks, make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Okay. I am done with the shorts. That took me 4.5 hours. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done. I did not plan on doing a stream up until 4 hours and 45 minutes ago. So like 10 minutes before I actually started. No, a little bit more, because it took me a while to actually go live, because I had some trouble with that. But that means that I'm going to end it here. This is going to be the end of the stream. So I don't think that there's many people that are actually still watching. I think that there's some lurkers in here that have the stream turned off or anything. If there are people, thank you for sticking by me throughout this whole stream. I know that this wasn't the most exciting thing that I could do. As I said, the main reason that I'm doing this is it was partially just to chat with you guys, and we had a few nice chats here. But the main thing was I wanted to have this title in people's subscription boxes so that people would know that I am selling stuff. Which sometimes you have to do, sometimes you just have to market stuff. And today was one of those days, and as you can see in the upcoming shorts, that is also going to be the case. So I'm going to render out these shorts now. I'm then going to edit some more long format videos, and then I'll start already posting some of the stuff, or at least scheduling them to be posted. And that means that tomorrow I really only have to pack my stuff, and then in the afternoon I will be taking the train and I'll go on vacation. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope that you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope that you found this cool, a little bit of behind the scenes, and I hope to see you in the next one, which will be in more than, or like 2 weeks or so. So I'll be gone for a little while, but I hope to see you right after my vacation. Bye bye, see you guys.